более, как долго время по жопу время. Фильм тай, продан за рубль. Не идет в канале, селедка под шубой. Сейф спрятан в тумбах, водка, греческий салат. Я не Санта-Кумпа, перестрелю халат. Вознили ожидания, выше крыш, отжимания. Помню, ты вставай на лыжи. Время от времени дышит, иногда засуха. Иногда со всех сторон летит запасы за пазухой. Похуй тренды, съемки аренды. Пилю тендеры, наборы джентльмены. Кебаб, хумус, репертуар чист для баб, ура. Лишь бы усадить ее анус, то туру шире улыбку. Тем шире раздвинут ноги, чем чище наличие, тем больше налоги. И лестницы коридоры с упорным опорным. Осталось просто.
Welcome in early heads, welcome in early heads.
Изоги, ножки, сложные выводы, сложные щи, там, где не светят выгоды. Петли, кредиторы, свары и споры. Доставить надо, но не положили приборы. Хоккей мы с плечом, шутеры, скорые. Акин, свин, щегол, красный, черный. И расслабляйся даже, когда долго время. Тем более, когда долго время по жопу время. Сделан в Китае, продан за рубль. Не идет на канале, селедка под шубой.
Иди работай.
It's a new week, сука! Welcome, 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 welcome!
Выходные я бухал и остался без денег. Работягам хорошей недели. Еще чуть-чуть надо поворкать и разбогатеем. Опа! А я пойду работать в понедельник.
Welcome in all your heads, welcome in all your heads. Starting in a couple. In the meanwhile, enjoy a truly international mix today. You have no idea what the next song is gonna be. Aya!
Komm schon, du hast uns doch lieb. Leg Eier, also runter auf die Knie. Schon aus Prinzip, weil Rente ab 70 ist Friedrich zu niedrig. Du geldgeiler Opa, Kinder im Krieg schickt. Leg Eier, Friedrich, guten Appetit. Leg Eier.
If you block me, then I block you. Blockade, blockade.
Oh, they could have done better with that one, but it's okay.
I thought this was easy peasy.
My dad keeps sending me these. I mean, it's Iranian psyop against the elderly. Unironically. Thank you, by any means necessary, for starting us out really good with this clip. Thank you earlier to the legendary Shifty Pizza, to I Don't Think So, and to Družedina for starting us out with some of the first subs. It's the beginning of a new week. The weekly sub count has been reset to 0. I need to buy a new laptop because I spilled Guinness beer on the previous one, and that is what we are saving. And as a bit of spice on top, I will also buy a physical roulette. Roulette table that we're gonna have a separate camera for, and that we're gonna spin here separately. Dripwise, the program merch. It's very nice. There you go. It's very, very nice. You got a discount if you're, and my usual goal, nothing special. By the way, you guys have bought me something new. Now I can stand up. Ta-dum! Headphones, wraparound ear headphones. Wraparound ear headphones around 150 euros. And this device, together with another device that turns the wraparound ear headphones completely wireless. And I can go all the way to the living room and still hear everything that is happening in chat. So, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very. Peace sound. Yeah, no, I will not be able to talk to you through it. I mean, probably I can set something up by buying an additional lavalier mic, but I'm not going to. So, the reason I'm mentioning it is just, thank you, chat. Your oil goes to improving this show. And I keep giving you proof that it actually does, because I end up spending good old money, okay? Guinness betrays yet another honest drinker, right? It's fucked up. Crisco, thank you very much for the sub, 4 months. What's up, Crisco? Nice to see you from the start. Hugo Pissgate 2026. Hugo forgets that he is mic'd up as he grunts and grunts and grunts in the toilet. Imagine I'm like shit-talking you on the toilet. Meloni has announced Italy suspending its defense agreement with Israel. Sorts ANSA. Let's see if we get a confirmation on that. He's not mic'd up, chat. It's headphones. Yeah, it's headphones. Come on. I would never mic myself up. Half of what I do when I go back to the living room is shit talk you with the Jena, with the woman. So I would never create such a scandal for myself. Wasn't that the main conversation of Sunday's stream? That I am not problematic enough. I need to be more problematic so I can grow my career. It's confirmed Italy has done that thing. It's in the slides. Oh, holy shit. Okay. But yes, anyways, now I can move around with a mic. That is nice. Yesterday was my day off. I spent it with, of course, the Jena. We will be streaming this week today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. Thursday, I'm on a birthday. And Friday, I have an alumni gathering that I don't miss every year because it gives me a sense of community, I guess. I don't fucking know. It's nice. I still have good friends from school. So I'm going to go and see if their livers have aged, okay? After hearing Hassan piss, we get to hear Hugo's shit. This is getting weird. Wait, you guys heard Hassan piss? What the hell, you on? What the fuck? Happy to see you stream today. Thank you, Apples. Thank you very much. I can see all the OGs are in chat. If anybody has died since the last stream, please do tell us in chat, because as we all know, heaven or hell both definitely have access to this motherfucking community. I just walked yesterday. I did my 10,000 steppies, dude. Whoever told us that 10,000 steps is 1 hour is the biggest liar on the planet, dude. He pissing on streams regularly now. No. Pissing on the stream is fine, but you can hear him piss. Does he take a microphone with him? Doesn't he use a mic like this? I thought he uses a mic like this, bro. Son has broken a watermelon between his legs on camera, man. Everyone has seen too much of a son at this point. Does anyone have the picture of the big forehead, Hugo? I can't find it anywhere. What? What is the big forehead, Hugo? Shit. What's up, Tsarzas? I believe this is the clip. Okay. I'm low-key interested. I want to hear the piss drop.
Pete, yeah, I'll take the mic. I mean, oh no, you can take him. Sorry. It's done. It's muted. It's green, right?
Now, this is too weird. I'm not going to show this. It's unprofessional. But he's fucking unprofessional. What the fuck, my man? Jesus Christ. I'm not gonna play it. I'm not gonna play Pissgate. I'm not gonna play fucking Pissgate for you, chat. Calm your titties. Calm your titties. But wait, did I really have no, yeah, that's what I did yesterday. I had a night drive. I haven't had a night drive in a million years. You know when you really need a doner, but you need a doner from the guy that calls you boss, like your OG doner, and like they never want to sign up for any of the delivery apps because it's an OG doner. So you actually have to take your car and drive there, pick it up, and drive back. Oh my God, I can't imagine how people like a couple of centuries ago, before food delivery lived, like they had to drive everywhere, and like what was like 1776 America, everybody's just driving to pick up their food from local doner places. There must have been a real struggle. We gotta appreciate our privileges now. We can pay impoverished humans, or humans that want to make some extra cash, that are not fully employed by a digital corporation that sends them to us with our meals, and then we can complain and scream at them if it is not warm enough. The privileges of the 21st experience. Horse. What horse? What do you mean? What horse? I don't understand. Looks like Slovenia wants to hold a referendum about NATO. That is great. Nothing so ethnic in my neck of the woods. Where do you live? Tell me your exact address. I can get gravy at any point of the day, but nothing good. Hey, gravy can be good. Listen, like I'm a food extremist. I am a food extremist. I will eat like 11 out of 10 spicy, okay? My favorite food is Chinese food from China. Okay? I can like my pasty ass, mayo ass face can go red and I will enjoy it. But I also love extremely basic foods. Okay? I can unironically eat a toasted bread with mayonnaise on it and a tomato. And that will be wonderful as well. Okay? Don't be liberals. Enjoy all types of food. Okay? Only liberals ascribe a moral value to calories. And then say, this is based, this is not based. Okay? I call upon true internationalism, brothers and sisters. They call that doner in Canada, donair. Bro said, give me a BLT, hold the B and the L. Yeah, brother. What's up, Pizza? I missed you. How you doing, Pizza, man? How you doing? Life was better then since you could ride your horse drunk. Nobody ever rode horses. That is big horse propaganda. Everybody drove everywhere. Like human civilization was started with horses. For God on the seventh day created Adam and Eve and the BMW. Okay? I can stomach Asian spice. I've had Carolina Reapers, but a jalapeno is generally my comfort level. That's good. Yeah. No, like there is a slight like woke race play at play when it comes to like living in Asia, specifically China. I don't know about the other places, but they use some shit that's like not salt, like an alternative to salt, that gives it a more, umami taste. And that makes us, who have not consumed it our whole lives, like bloat up. Okay? The same way that if like a Chinese brother or sister came to my neck of the woods and we were feeding them fucking feta cheese with every meal, and inside of every meal, always, they would probably blow it up as well, right? MSG or that shit. Yeah. If you look at my stream from China, I am bloated the fuck up. I am, like, my eyes are so fucking puffy. Cop hits me up. She's like, why the fuck you so puffy, man? Jesus, I know you're eating a lot there. Like, while I was in Beijing, I was like, dude, I'm getting too fat too fast, man. What the fuck? Like, all these Asians skinny as fuck. Why the fuck am I getting thick? I thought I'm going to lose some weight here. But MSG, me know it's Zachinse. I don't think it's Zachinse. Rigons, thank you for the 6 months, baby. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you to everyone that uses their Prime. It's an innate honor because you only get to use it once a month, right? Once a month, right? It's an innate honor, he says, and then forgets why. I am very close to getting, you see this plaque behind me? I am close to getting my second plaque, and I'm not giving it to Hakeem or to JT because I personally run the YouTube channel. You can go and ask them. So I've been checking this out. Pure vanity project. Two more thousand. Son of a bitch, okay? 2,000 more. 2,000 more. Go and subscribe right now. I'm kidding, though. You probably are. Okay? But when I get it, oh, it's going to be so good. Oh, it's going to be so good. Ooh. Why? Because vanity. Because there's going to be 2 in the background. It's low-key. It's low-key not even a flex. It's low-key embarrassing, though. You know why? Because you, like, bro doesn't even have a single gold one. Bro has 2 silver ones. So, like, bro is a pro at being mid. And the reaction pod that I started with Mike and Freda, I am sure I can get that shit to 100K, like, a couple of years down the line. So I'm going to have 3. So you're going to have 3. And you're going to be like, you got the ultimate mid socialist. Buraba making pre-lunch gin and tonic. Fucking legend, dude. Enjoy it. Don't drive, though. Everyone's Rancor. Thank you very much for your first. But Rancor, I think I knew a Rancor here. Thank you for paying forward and dropping a $5. Thank you for being the first taxpayer of the week! Exclamation point tax to see what the fuck this mask guy is talking about. What the fuck does he mean tax? Well, you'll see, okay? Turns out I wasn't subscribed on YouTube, just subscribed. Okay, that's legendary. So I'm going to have 2. So he's going to be, I'm going to be the ultimate mid guy. Excellence in the mediocrity. Guys, like, you're not good friends, are you? You're not good friends. You're supposed to tell me, what do you mean mediocrity? You know how rare it is for somebody to succeed in making a 100,000 plus subscription channel on YouTube, let alone 2. Man, that by itself is so incredibly impressive. You should feel proud, especially when creating content so niche. Do you know how hard it is to grow? That's what you're supposed to tell me, okay? Okay, but then again, you know what they say, like good friends pat you on the back, like you do good on an exam, and you tell your good friend, and your good friend goes like, "Oh, good for you, man. Good grades. You're gonna get into a great college, etc., etc." A great friend slams you in the fucking face and says, "Stupid ass nerd, bitch boy. You enjoy those grades, nerd ass bitch boy." So yeah, I guess we're closer than I thought because you guys are being like lovable cunts at me, which is good. I think. I think. It's very hard, but we choose to lean into your attitude towards it instead. I mean, you guys dictate the attitude. To be honest, ti no lifer ste ono krem de la krem ove YouTube scene. Ujebote, no lifer, brate. Što da radi no lifer? Kad nisam gledao no lifera, jebote. A ja mislim da niko mene na našoj sceni ne zna. Ja bi ga sve na engleskom radim jer sam jebena pičkica. Anglikansko govno! Anglosaksonska pička! Anglosaksonska pičketina! You're going to need some ego shirt. Nah, man, I'm fucking good. My life is excellent. I don't need it. Thank you. God bless, though. Oh, Maya. GTA 6 cover art revealed. Don't fucking This content is no longer available. I knew you were going to fuck with me. We are sheep. You must herd us into the reaction / sentiment you want. You said reaction. Statistically, sober drivers cause more accidents than drunk drivers. It's the bad drunk drivers that give the rest of them a bad name. Yeah. Absolutely, man. I've tried content creation. It's not as easy as people think. You're the best. No. Listen, it's a dream job, but it's not that fucking hard. You just gotta be lucky. I just ended up being lucky that the algorithm liked me at some point. Maybe it was quality, maybe it was luck. Probably it was a combination of the two. The thing that I give like most credit to for my YouTube growth, because like, look at how many videos I have. Not that Ugopnik, the other Ugopnik. That Ugopnik thought, Jesus, why are there so many Ugopniks on the internet? Somebody's covering some shit. Bunker Cat. I don't fucking know. Ugopnik channel. Where's my channel? Oh, there it is. The first thing. Like, if you look at it, 44 videos, bro. 44 videos. 256. Okay? 44. Now see how many Hassan has millions of subscribers, but let's see. 3,000 videos. 3,000. Most inconsistent motherfucker. No. I don't make a single video that has been done before. Not a single one of these videos has been done before. Not a single one before I had done it. Respectfully, my liege. So I pride myself in that. Okay? That's number one. And, you know, quality over quantity, bitch ass. But yes, a subscriber per video. Mine is actually insane. Compare me to anyone in the space. Compare me to anyone in the space. So yeah. And my game's so good that I quit it. I quit that shit. I was like, YouTube, you're going to treat me like this? You're going to give me under 200,000 views? Eat shit and die. Goodbye. Hello, Twitch. You're my new girlfriend. New video soon. Yeah, I make more videos on Twitch. If you combine how many views I get on Twitch on a weekly basis, it's like a fucking YouTube video. So, like, why would I? And on YouTube would pay me for my labor. Guess how much? $200 or some shit. That's not sustainable for my other projects. Why would I give more time to YouTube than to Twitch, than to the deprogram, than to the reaction podcast, than to whatever the fuck it is we're trying to do with Loaf? My IRL shit. Why would I do that? Why would I ever do that? And I'm also talking from like a propagandist perspective. Fuck the money. The money is good. I need resources that I reinvest so that I grow, so that I expand. That shit's not giving me any resources, and I don't necessarily even think it's a very potent tool for left-wing radicalization. It just sucks. It just sucks. That's in beer and cigs. Much better than YouTube. Here's the working link. Let me see it. Oh my God, they'll figure you and your fucking AI shit. I swear to God. I guess it's funny. Anyways, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Let us start before the producer fucking gouges my eyes out. Before we start, the recap of the previous 48 hours since I last streamed. Reminder, there's a new show in town. Go check it out. I wonder, people that are both in me and Mike's community, does Mike shout the show out every time? He doesn't, does he? I swear to God, I'm gonna start a beef. I'm gonna start beef. Always he does. Sometimes, yes. He does. Okay, you saved my boy. I mean, I knew it. Why? You thought I was doubting? No, me doubting. Mike, never. He does. Okay, respect on my boy. I knew I was always right about Mike. I just now need to teach him how to respond on Discord in under 48 hours. Let me. You want me to drop some tea? I love dropping tea. You know, I'm a petty bitch. I'm one of the babushkas in front of the block. Motherfucker does not respond to me and Freda. Freda's a sweetheart. Like I write like, Mike, what the fuck, dude? Fucking reply. Freda just like sitting there in silence in the background, or he's out of warring this shit, but doesn't matter. I fucking text Mike and I'm like, dude, you haven't responded in 2 days. And he's like, oh, sorry, I spent yesterday all day with the woman. And I text him, dude, I wrote like 5 times. It would take you 5 minutes to respond. And it was Easter for me. It was Easter. I was playing with eggs and I streamed and I managed to check it. And he just, leaves me on scene. But then I just start hearing Discord pings. Ping, ping, ping. He's opening all the 700 different fucking tasks that he has, just checking one, the other, the third. So I'm like, okay, I found a mechanism. With Mike, you can't aggression push it. You gotta what's the word? You gotta play on his heartstrings. You gotta make him realize that he's being a dick. Talks more about Hassan than mentioning the pod. That's Mike's stream. Come on, Mike. That's Mike right there. The ultimate Hassan analyst. Gentle bullying. No. It's like not even bullying. Number one, he is bullying me by not checking the shit out. That's number one. And number two, it's like the opposite works on him. It's like making him realize that he's harming someone else. He's got a moral compass. He just does not have a literal compass called a watch. Buy a watch, Mike! God knows you can buy a watch. Son of a bitch. Guilt tripping. Yes, there you go. I need to guilt trip him more. Even though it would not be guilt tripping, it would be feeling rightful guilt for not having done something. You know what I mean, Matt? You know what I mean? Anyways, reaction podcast, exclamation point reaction. Welcome to the 48 recap with the kneecap, 14th of April, 2026. Once upon a time on the little green blue marble floating gently through space. Produced by Cuphead Socialist, the producer. 10% of all oil goes to Cuphead. We have reached the 30th minute, by the way. Let's see who the first Western taxpayer of the week is going to be. I am so fucking excited. Iran war reaches day 46. From Tasnim, we have Iranian spokeswoman says Intel estimate of damages due to U.S.-Israeli war is $270 billion. Press TV, Iran seeks compensation from Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and Jordan. Press TV, Italy suspends military agreement with Israel as cracks grow in their relationship. The fuck? Al Jazeera. Israeli and Lebanese officials meet in Washington today to discuss ceasefire over objections from Hezbollah. AP. Efforts started for a second round of U.S.-Iran talks as Strait of Hormuz showdown endures. NBC. Outlet claims Trump's blockade shows early signs of success. Claimed 2 oil tankers turned around after entering Hormuz. That's the NBC perspective. The Chinese perspective is, what blockade, bitch ass? We got agreements with Iran and we're flowing through that shit like a nife through Buterife. Should have put Lebanese in quotes. I mean, it is the Lebanese, dude. It's just not Hezbollah. It's Hezbollah's pulling. That doesn't undermine the level of pussification that the Lebanese state engages in, okay? Prime Minister Shalom will go to the talks. ABC, Rep. Eric Swalwell resigns from U.S. House after former staffer rape allegations. AP, U.S. military kills 2 men in another alleged drug boat strike in Eastern Pacific. Al Arabiya, IOF fired tear gas at Palestinian children at open-air school at al-Khair after settlers blocked access to their school with a barbed wire fence. In other news, Al Jazeera, Colombian Environment Minister Velez approved plan to kill 80 wild hippos this year to protect ecosystems and residents. CTV, South Korean President Lee showing IOF soldiers throwing a Palestinian off a roof, compared it to the Holocaust. Euronews, the core of empire sure is cracking every Israeli war crime at a time. Euronews, gunman opens fire at high school in Turkey, wounding at least 16. 2 minutes to guess which is fake. I guess this one we know. Okay. And last week's top Oilers. Okay. I don't think so. Congratulations. Next time with Gamba, you have 50 free spins. Autopsia, you have 20 free spins. And Joshua Tidwell, you have 5. Thank you for oiling us up so much last week. But I have to say, last week we did not reach our weekly Western tax goal for sustainability. We did not have anybody reach 100 gift subs. It was a problematic week, okay? I had to eat dirt. I had to live in a less fancy cave, because as you all know, we only have caves here, okay? Whatever, dude. Canada's Liberal Party now has a majority government, mostly through floor crossings, yes, and through hardcore anti-Americanism. Yeah, so they do need to be shot, unfortunately. Aren't they the ones that Pablo Escobar had? What are you talking about? You're here. There's nothing to fear, and I know that this mask will stay on. I'll stay forever this way, and my mask will stay on and on and on. Celine Diopnik. Another boomer reference by our dear producer. Thank you for the great recap. With the kneecap, let's fucking go. Doom. Let's start out the news, guys. There's a lot to cover.
Democratic
Lots of
congressman.
coverage to be done on this fine morning. Wait, where did this video go? One moment. I wanted to start out with some digital stuff with the Ezra Klein pivot.
That is bars.
I want to see what his take on this is. Is he gonna like switch up on Ezra fucking Klein because Ezra glazes him up a little bit? Or is Ezra showing actual change, which, okay, but is that enough from basically the writer of the liberal Mein Kampf? I don't know.
It is fundamentally what I believe as well. It is at the heart of my politics. It is one of the things that I constantly say, and I'm glad that a liberal is saying that. I'm glad that a liberal is saying that at a time when, let's be real, this kind of cynical standpoint epistemology and identity politics and cancellation attempts are the tool of the right. This is a very consequential change. The reason why it's a very consequential change.
Okay, I'm open to having my mind changed. I just don't think Ezra's salvageable. I'm pretty sure that Mr. Hassan here will view Ezra's pivot as a more general pivot of the, Democratic Party, because he is both the loudspeaker of the, future direction of the Democratic Party, but also a great one-man data set that we can look at in order to recognize the general ideology of the Dems at any current moment. Obviously, a lot of this is relatively LARPy, especially when being looked at from outside from outside of the United States of America, to see the specifics that underpin the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats is a lot more difficult, even in this space when you're looking from outside in. And this is a very international community, so I try to speak from an international perspective as often as possible. But still, in 2007, there were only around 16. Now there are 200. So obviously, it's important to keep. You're still talking about killing hippos. Are you on drugs? Are you high right now? Ezra pivot happened because you found out this will be a real test of how sheeple his followers. I mean, no. Let's see. Okay.
Is because this is a concession, an open concession from a liberal who is, very important in the liberal intelligentsia, who approached the issue with charitability and said, it's ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. And it's not just about me. It's about this movement. Said we have to align with these guys. That's huge. Because remember, initially, the conversation was like, Hassan is bad. Democrats need to stay away from him, And what did I tell you? What did I tell you at the time? I was like, this ain't about me. This is about you. This is about all of us. This is about a change that is happening in the Democratic Party, who the Democrats should be more responsive to, right? What issues the Democrats need to highlight and need to lead on, not just Israel.
Okay, exactly what I said earlier. Okay, sure.
Israel, but Medicare for all as well, right?
So he's saying that as Ezra pivots, it's a greater... It's a very large. If Ezra is pivoting on the way we are supposed to be looking at a relationship with Israel, on the way we are supposed to be looking at socialist, influential figures and even candidates that are trying to run on the Democratic or DSA platform, if Ezra is pivoting his perspective on this, that's a very big signal, a very big flare being shot from the proverbial lighthouse that things might be changing in the right-wing pivot that the Democratic Party has been showing for the last fucking decade, right? So from that perspective, I guess yes, it is interesting. It can low-key hope pill you about the direction the party could take. I'm more skeptical because I genuinely believe that liberal institutions, especially the Democratic Party, absolutely do have the ability to identify big selling points and then co-opt them inside of a liberal framework without actually doing anything with it, but just adopting the aesthetics of it. So what I'm afraid of, I'm not saying that it's going to happen 100%, but what I am afraid of is that even if Ezra Klein is noticing that, hey, we're not going to win elections, same Ezra that was talking about we need to pivot right wing a year ago during the Kamala elections, okay? After and previously, okay? It was like, we need to agitate the right if we want to win against the Republicans. Now saying that agitating to the anti-imperialists, to the socialists, to the, this larger tent, has a very big chance of meaning that they want to co-opt the rhetoric, the aesthetics, and even, the posturing of class-conscious individuals and movements as a way to expand, as a way to basically co-opt radicals back into the electoral fold, right? That's very potential, very real. And I'm sure Hassan would agree with what I'm saying. Thank you, Terkas. Thank you for the gift. Thank you very much. That might be the reason they're doing it. The chances of them doing it for that reason, in my modest opinion, are very, 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 very high. Very high. Very high. But this whole conversation is like, it's a bit presumptuous because we're presupposing that Ezra Klein actually is a factor. I personally always saw Ezra Klein as America's Dugin, like a guy that everybody talks about, but not a lot of people actually listen to. like just hyped into relevance, which then makes our brains that are filled with so many fallacies. Oh, if somebody is like talked about in the mainstream so much, you must also then influence the mainstream as well. Does Alexander Dugin actually influence the Kremlin? No, not really. Not like, I mean, a little bit maybe. Same as Ezra Klein. Is this going to signal this incredibly large pivot? No. I mean, no. That's why I say that it's more interesting to look at him as a data point, right? As a data point in your analysis. So if Ezra's saying something, that means that the direction of the Democratic Party potentially is already there. It's not that Ezra's going to change them. I mean, if you want to believe that, God bless. But I don't think that's not how politics works. We are not run by great thinkers, great right-wing thinkers, great left-wing thinkers, great liberal thinkers. It's a interesting dialectical soup. How wild is it that Ezra Klein is only my second least favorite Klein? Yeah. It's more that he is a reflection of the kind of liberal New York Times intelligentsia class. So whether or not he is leading or following, it is a good bellwether. Yes, that's what I mean by data point. Yes, we agree completely, my friend. Thank you, Axel Axonon, for the 17 months and the 12 months in a row. Pay your taxes, goddammit. We are reaching the first hour, and I still... I still don't have a single Western taxpayer. Seriously. Come on. Chandlers in chat. White boys. Gamblers. We got to reach that. I'm going to lower it by 10 because the number dropped at 10. We got a Gamba today, dude. I haven't lost in Gamba in so long, dude. I don't play you ads. You can buy this fucking merch at 10% discount. So many pitches. It's as if I worked in marketing at some point in my life. And yet I don't have a Western taxpayer. Not even a single one. God damn it, Mom. What is happening to the Westerners? Crisco heard Gamba and was like, let's go. Crisco becoming the number one oiler of the week. White Western chatters lives matter. Thank you, Crisco. Thank you, Pink Gale, for the bits. W Crisco in chat. Barry, you also haven't paid your taxes in a while. I have not forgotten how white you are. Okay? The fact that you do such a great job for this community, and the fact that you are literally our guiding star does not mean that I have forgotten your CRACKEAER-ness, okay? Cynical Chris, let's fucking go. Cynical Chris, always paying developing world taxes. I'm going to have to elevate you at some point, Cynical Chris, because Poland be looking hella rich right now. Poland be looking hella fucking sweaty in the wallet right now. Spider and Shoe, thank you for the prime. By the way, Barry, I was fucking around. You don't have to do shit. Houthi Trap Lord, let's fucking go. Thank you, Houthi Trap Lord. You see, Houthis are paying taxes before people called Barry pay taxes here, okay? This is truly a third world chat, dude. This is truly a third world chat. Truly a third world chat. And already at level 8. You know what I did in Mike's chat yesterday? He will never do that for me. You know what I did? I went. Cuphead is going to hate me so much for this. I went and I hyped up. He admitted. I hyped up a hype train to level 20 for him. And I even dropped the 30 subs on top. I have to appreciate, Mike, that he did give me the second place as the second best Central Committee Mike from PA hype man, okay, after his wife Via, of course. Nobody can beat a wife as a hype man. But I got it to 20. And I'm out here like hoping for a 12 or something. How much of a fucking gift sub Santa Claus am I, bro? Have some of you been in chat yesterday when I did it? I got it up to 20, dude. The only thing I did is just spam chat. Spam it. I spammed the living shit out of it. I promised 30 if we reach level 20. We reached level 20. Then I made Vio drop a 50. It was very fun. It was very fun.
Wonderful, a new child soldier.
She is not a man, so you're number one. Woo! La. That's what I'm talking about. I agree completely. Chat, I am officially Mike's number one Oiler because I am not le woman. No le woman, me no le woman. Sarzas! Big dick third worlder, okay?
Wonderful.
Pizza famine!
Soldier,
Huge
subscriber.
hog first worlder, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's fucking go. Paint that chat purple. Everyone's Rancor with another 5. Terkas with another 1. Okay? I'm good at hyping up other chats, but not my own apparently. Upgrading Mike from Pyongyang to Mike from Shanghai. Oh yeah. He'll end up timing out most of those gifts of recipients. Terkas, thank you for another gift. Oi, us Balkanois need to stand together. We absolutely do, brother. Thank you very much for the taxes. Let's go. Let's try and hit, I don't know, a level 13. It's my lucky number. It's the world's luckiest number. My mom's born on the 13th. Cuphead says 15. I'm not sure that they like me that much. I don't think they like me that much. I don't think it's... Oh, Jesus, the fucking crazy motherfucker is back. Oh, my God, the crazy motherfucker is back. Son of a bitch.
Hamburger hum, hamburger 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 hum, hamburger 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 hum, hamburger 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 hum.
Thank you, Nickel Pickle, you absolute king.
Cheeseburger, Big Mac, Big Mac, Big Mac, Big Mac.
Thank you, Tarkas and Rascal. Welcome back, but I'm also scared.
Big Mac Whopper.
I am high-key, low-key scared. And, bro, you got to send me deets on what kind of a mask you would like to see. I'm still in the process of making it, okay? Thank you, Rascal. W's Rascal in chat. Thank you, Mograph Mike. Another Mike. Thank you, Terkas, for the 2. Jesus Christ. Thank you again, Terkas. What's up, Rascal? How you been doing? You out there making those millions? And now, Rascal's gonna reply with man, I don't make millions. I just make hundreds of thousands. That's the greatest humble brag. I actually have a friend that said, but lower numbers. Obviously, we're in the Balkans. I'm like, how you doing out there making those hundreds of thousands a month? And he's like, nah, I make around 100,000. We're like, what the fuck? Fuck you. I'm all right, thanks. And this is how he replies. You see, he's he's demure, you know, so demure. I'm all right. You see, fucking. Thank you, Terkas, for keep dropping the ones. Wow, weeba. Okay, 5, 4. I counted. Very close to level 13. True motherfucking true, man. True motherfucking true. Berry balls. What is Barry's fucking ass sending me? And so yet another stream derails. Breaking Rich Steri, a Chinese oil tanker stationed for shipping Iranian oil, flying the flag of Malawi, a country with no coastline, just sailed through America's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The Navy, with its many big, beautiful ships, oh my God, issued repeated warnings. Reportedly, the tanker's captain upgraded to premium to skip the ads. The tanker's a subscriber. No ads, dude. Edit. We're being told the blockade only applies to countries the U.S. isn't afraid of. That list used to be long. It now fits on Trump's McDonald's receipt delivered by DoorDash. This is the best. This is the tweet of the year. Easy. Tweet of the year. Tweet of the year for now. Now. Easy. I knew multipolarity is going to be glorious. I didn't know it's going to be fucking hilarious as well, dude. I can't wait for Western libs especially that always say they're not racist, making unironic 1 hour video essays about how problematic it is that what's it called? American memes are no longer, and American creators of memes and American content creators are no longer mainstream in Europe and in America itself. It's now Chinese and Korean memes that are dominating. You know, they're gonna do the reverse, cultural appropriation. They'll be like, memes are Western culture, and now that it's multipolarity and it's not American cultural imperialism. We're slowly becoming Asians. It's going to be like, oh my God. Wait, what did I miss? Lala! Sifty pizza will... 10. And then Crisco with a 25. Motherfuckers fighting for the first spot as if it's... for the first and second and third spot, as if it's like for a girl with a BBL, you know. Why did I just say that and then delete that from your brain? What was that fucking nasty ass allegory? Tamikoshi, thank you. Oh no, our meme hegemony. Basically, that's what I'm saying. Sorry, I just got too much adrenaline in my head from these crazy fucking Oilers. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. Dude Control, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you, Dude Control. Shout out to Dude Control. Thank you for the raid, Daddy. Daddy, did I just say Daddy? I did. Thank you. Takimoshi, thank you as well. But yes, there will be unironic, fake woke YouTube essays about how it's actually a bad thing that Americans are no longer the prime exporters of global culture, and how that is actually going to harm POC voices the most, because those were the alternative means of sustenance that they pursued in this bigoted, and then they don't mention capitalist, in this bigoted system. I like, unironically, like I know you can see it. I absolutely know you can see it. They will do the pivot of consume domestically. Which, you know what, might actually be the correct take at that time. I don't want any countries or any culture's hegemony. I want a beautiful mix of all of it. Unitas fucking mundi, baby. That elevates all cultures by mixing them. You always get the best product that way. 2 minutes left of the level 14. Cuphead is going to be very angry and spank me if we don't reach 15. Have a nice stream. Thank you, Dude Control. Somebody gift Dude Control that just rated me. Thank you very much, my friend. You got a follow for me. Everybody else also give Dude Control a follow. I hope you're cool and you're a controlled dude. I'm sure you are. Thank you, McGin, for the biddies. Revolutionary Thought just dropped a great video on just this. On what? Revolutionary. I know Revolutionary. I interviewed her. Do you really understand the You're not becoming Chinese. You just yearn for socialism. Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Have I met you at a very...
But also, fuck you, Revolutionary Thought, I'm also becoming Chinese. Sorry, no. Yes, I love socialism, but have you tried their cigarettes? Have you eaten Beijing duck? So it's both, okay? I am becoming, unironically, both a revisionist lover of Chinese-style socialism is not poverty pitch, but I also in a non-orientalist or non-fetishist way, just like shit that they make. I'm sorry if that makes me into a fetishist. I don't think you know what the word means. Okay, I just enjoy it, bro. Lord. Okay. Hit post. A tweet of the year for now. Easy. 20 seconds left of a level 14 train. Many people have said that on the 14th of April, 2026, Ugopnik will have a level 14 train reaching level 15, and if he does not get it, a demon called Cuphead will come into his house and eat him when he least expects it. That's it. I was eaten. This story is now over. Ugopnik is dead. Hello, I have been told that this is channel of Mr. Ugopnik. I am replacement Ugopnik. Cuphead has done a very long process of finding lookalike gentlemen with similar belief systems, similar dialectical materialist belief systems. Sorry, there is now electrical device stuck on my neck. I do what Cuphead says, or I get electrocuted. Okay, I will work for subs for the rest of my life, but it is better than living in village of Poselok that I am from in Belarus. Back there, we eat potato in the morning, then we go and we dig up potato, then we peel potato in the afternoon, then we eat some potato. Then we go home and watch documentary about potato while eating potato soup. Cuphead come to my village and say, do you want to come on Twitch work? I say, what Twitch? I Twitch because I only eat potato 24/7. Not a lot of nutrients in fucking potato, but you want me to Twitch for money? And she said, it's basically the same thing as digging potatoes. Just instead of potatoes, you are talking to people on the internet. And I was like, the fuck? Okay, so hello, I am New Ugopnik. Today, we learn about potato. It is very tasty, come in many different colors, okay? Many different colors. This one is better because it is white. This one, both potatoes are equally good. There is no difference because when you cut them, potato is the same on the inside. I like all of them. But of course, thicker potatoes are fat and disgusting, and thinner potatoes are better. Jesus Christ, man, what? You should have asked me about what kind of belief system I have before you hire me for this. I'm going to keep making mistakes, Cuphead. Okay, bit is over. Did you enjoy the bit? I enjoyed the bit. Thank you very much. The idiots are taking over for the 5 months. Dude Control for another 5. Thank you very much, Dude Control. Did we give Dude Control? Yes, we did. And thank you, Terkas, for giving Dude Control. Now back to this particular conversation about Ezra Klein. We got an entire 1 minute and 20 seconds into the video, okay? And I made 700 different presuppositions about what I think Hassan means. Hassan is going to look at this, the perspective Hassan is going to look at this from. Okay? Great bit. Did you enjoy the bit? Rate the bit from 1 to 10. It's a bit too random to be 10, but I think it's a decent 8. I love potato, and it was low-key extremely racist towards the Belarusians that I love very deeply. 7. For me, it was a 10 out of 10. Thank you for the gifted. +2. 8. Okay, it's above. I thought all of you were going to give me 5s. Okay. Something's changing in this chat. I'm not getting bullied all the time. Terkas is up to 12. You might be able to count him as Western taxpayer. Absolutely, sister. There we go. Terkas up to 12. Terkas, you are now counted as Western taxpayer. Thank you, my brother or sister or NB. Okay.
Economic left.
Anyways, is a Democratic Party pivoting to the left, or is it simply pointing to the obvious that they need to adopt leftist aesthetics in order to earn potato? I mean, in order to earn election. let us hear the perspective of a Turkish man.
Populism. These are things that I advocate for. And the collection of all of those resentments is precisely what the establishment feared.
Oh, we got a Belarusian shit? Of course. Dude, I've been on a Belarusian wedding 4 months ago? No, not 4 months ago. More. 6 in September. One of the main guys at Airsoft's nickname is literally Belarus because he's from Belarus.
The establishment wanted to push aside. They wanted to make sure that they never had to have that conversation. They didn't want to talk about the message, so they wanted to shoot the messenger and disparage the messenger. Because the moment that you talk about that message, all of a sudden people are going to be like, wait a minute, I do agree with that. Now I feel like you're yelling at me. So this is a huge step in that direction. I think this is a first of many significant concessions to the left flank. Very consequential. And we only got here because all of you stood.
I hope that's true, and that would objectively be decent. Like, that would objectively be a good thing. In the short term, yeah. In the short term, I mean, sure. Give people more rights, allow women to, get abortions, introduce more healthcare regulations, distance yourself from the Israeli project. Not like shit that us as Marxists are like, ooh, this is the end point, etc., etc. These are good things. I'm not gonna sit here and scream. The same way I very actively agitated for Zoran, and who is, by the way, I ended up being completely right on what this is going to do for the American left. It is showing both chuds, centrists, and people brain rotted by Red Scare propaganda that you can have somebody that is a red, that actively calls himself a red, manage a city, arguably America's most important city, in a very, very good way. So from the perspective of agitation, this was a good thing for the socialist cause because it will change minds and hearts when it comes to how us reds are seen, okay? Only a red says, oh my God, but he's just a democratic socialist. He's not a socialist, so people are not going to. No, to chuds and centrists, we're all the same. To chuds and centrists, a democratic socialist and Stalin are the same fucking guy. Do you understand me? So when they see a democratic socialist doing something, they don't go like, this guy looks okay, but that's only because he is not like Stalin. No, He just goes, okay, these socialists might not be that fucking bad. Okay, I guess he's doing decent things. People aren't getting eaten by mice. So simply from the perspective of agitation, Zoran was a big W, and that's good. Same with potentially platforming more. Again, I don't look at this as I look at this as a means to an end, not an end in itself. By pushing more people through DSA and the Democratic Party, socialists, into positions of relative either municipal or even city power, we create a very fertile ground in the States for building up grassroots organizations that can spawn out of the funding that these people receive and out of the attention that these people receive. Number one. And number two, far more importantly, we get to introduce class consciousness to more people because they get to see what a quote-unquote red is really like. So it's not necessarily bad. Now, can this be used to co-opt the living shit out of our movement and then just leave us hanging with our nuts out? Absolutely. But that's wherein learning from Marxist history should play a pivotal role. If the democratic socialists, specifically social democrats, fail, it's good for the left. If they do well, it's decent for the left. The only time when it's not good for the left is when they create an unironic, horrible alliance with actual right-wingers, and that's what they always do pre-revolution. But that's, something to think about when that day comes, quote-unquote. And now we know what to expect from them pre-revolution. But up until that point, it is a decent enough approach for converting hearts and minds. That's how I see it. You just got to be very careful. You got to be very careful. It has to be. It cannot forget aggression as its prime and motivator and driver. What do I mean by aggression? These left-wing voices and even candidates have to continuously be doing their best to push the rhetoric further left and not simply gift the Democratic Party leftist aesthetics while doing nothing. And there you go. Zoran is a perfect example. He's doing the shit he said he's going to do. Sure, were there some problematic policies that were mostly inherited from previous governments? And is every socialist that participates in electoral American politics, are they going to have to do pretty fucked up shit? Of course they fucking will. You do sell out to an extent by participating in electoral politics. Nobody's lying about that. Nobody's hiding that. It is a process of selling out, but it is also a pragmatic process of alleviating very true pain and suffering of people on the ground, something that Lenin always agreed with. If you're a fucking, herder, what did my great thinker think about this type of guy? But it is also a great tool for agitation, especially in a country as red scared out of its mind as the United States of America. So that very delicate balance is where I sit, okay? I want to vomit in my own mouth that I'm even talking about American electoral politics. I'm not from fucking America. I'm not a fucking electoralist. But do I have to agree as someone who, if I know something in this world, it's marketing, it's agitation, do I have to agree that this opens a pretty decent fucking door for introducing libs, centrists, even chuds to an alternative class-conscious way of looking at a system? Yes. Also, yes. Those two things can exist at the same time. Okay?
Strong, and you were steadfast in your approach, in your advocacy, said, nah, we're not doing that. We're not playing that game, right? And here we are. In any case, I suspect that some liberals will take this lightly.
He's like Bernie in 2016, but he actually won. Yes. The L's we've been seeing from Bernie is because he's operating from, his back against the wall. He a loser ass motherfucker, with all due respect to the old man. Zoran is the opposite. And no, Zoran is 1,000 times better than Bernie. Zoran won because he was ready to be 10 times more radical in his rhetoric than Bernie ever was. There's Bernie talking about fucking Israel-Palestine or taking a stance on an American war on the side of the ones being attacked by the Americans. The fuck? Get the fuck out of here. That's why you lost. Not the main reason. He was also sabotaged massively, but you get my point.
And will wave the white flag quietly. I saw Trey Easton, Searchlight Institute, straight up saying, you know what, that's right, we're good, right? We should be done with it, right? We should be done with this. We shouldn't be fighting with Hassan. Why are we doing it anyway? Like, he says something along those lines, right? Which was really funny to hear because he's been, one of the diehard. He's been one of the diehard, most frustrated individuals on this issue, right? All right, this is why there's no liberal.
He's been the one trying to pitch the Dems move further right. Oh my God, I'm sorry for internationals that we're covering this. I'm going to try and jump it later. But just talking about, for fuck's sakes, talking about American politics and calling anything not right is so fucking weird. But there's 50% of chat is Yanks, so I got to use their, barbaric definitions of what left and right is. So I just wanted to apologize, okay? Just LARP with me for a second here, okay? You're gonna adjust to the eagles in the room. Eagles. called them eagles.
Joe Rogan, let's get started. It's a 12-minute, 55-second article. After the 2024 elections, there was panic among Democrats about the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan. Could one be found? Could one be created? It was an epic exercise in missing the point. You cannot have a liberal Joe Rogan because Rogan is not particularly political. His audience cohered around conversations with comedians, MMA fighters, bodybuilders, and psychonauts. That's what made him politically influential. He could reach millions of people who were not otherwise interested in politics. The problem Democrats actually had, one of them anyway, was that they didn't like Rogan and criticize others for going on his show. They tried repeatedly to cancel him for his comments about trans people, his skepticism about COVID vaccines, to the extent that he is now a right-coded figure. It's not because he started that way. Rogan's political views are mixed. He backed Bernie Sanders in 2020. He supports universal health care and abortion rights. He dislikes vaccine mandates and lacks border control. But it shouldn't have been a surprise when, after years being attacked by the left, he endorsed Donald Trump in 2024. The simplest way to tell people which side they're on is to tell them how much your side hates them. Now, I don't even fully agree with this assessment, right? Although I agree with the spirit of being a little bit more tactful in the way that we communicate, and this is something that the left also absolutely needs to understand, internalize when you're trying to build a coalition. Think about it this way. If I was, constantly bouldering Ezra Klein, probably would have had less interest in taking a sincere look at, what I put out there, right? It's just, we do honestly have a problem sometimes where we behave very anti-socially. You don't have to make concessions. You don't have to concede on these people's worldview at all. Not the same as Rogan. No, I mean, I have been unbelievably critical of Joe Rogan, but there was never a moment where I was like, I can't believe Bernie Sanders would go on Joe Rogan. Whenever people brought that up, I was like, shut the fuck up. Of course he's going to go on Joe Rogan. He's trying to win. He's trying to win the election. I obviously am unbelievably critical of Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan will never have me on his show for that reason. But the reality of the matter is, it's important for people to go on Joe Rogan. I would go on Joe Rogan if asked. I would go on Tucker Carlson if asked, right? Like, I don't have any issues with that at all. Many in this community would have an issue with that. They would say, you're platforming, you're normalizing him because, we have our moral posture, we have our convictions, and sometimes we forget person-to-person, peer-to-peer communication requires you to be a little bit normal and to dance around to take the victories that you get. That brings me to a more important than it might look controversy that has burst out over the leftist streamer Hassan Piker. He had a breakout moment over the past year as Democrats began obsessing over the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan, and Piker, who mixes leftist politics with a bro-ish aesthetic, was proffered as a possible answer, a category error, because again, the whole point of Rogan's political power is that his show mostly avoids politics. But pick over Piker's years of streaming and you can find offensive things he said, among them that America deserved 9/11, that his favorite flag is Hezbollah's, that a liberal Zionist is akin to a liberal Nazi. Now, that last two even is not offensive to me or to many others as well. But, I guess it's offensive to the perspective of the kind-hearted liberals reading the New York Times opinion editorial section on a Sunday morning. Streamer has said offensive things isn't really a news story. But then Abdullah Sayed, the more DSA-ish candidate in the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan, began rallying with Piker. That led Third Way, a centrist group that previously demanded that Democrats draw a line in the sand and shun Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters, to send a letter to Al-Sayed demanding details about how closely you align with his most abhorrent views. Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the Anti-Defamation League, also known as the Apartheid Defense League, said Piker reflected the dangerous normalization of anti-Semitism in our politics. Politico then asked a number of...
Okay, yeah, we got everything we need to get out of this video. Hassan likes that the Democratic Party is potentially looking at adopting the leftist pitch as a means to win elections, because they're realizing they're not winning anything. They, of course, try to use the reactionary pivot, the more reactionary than they already are reactionary pivot, and now they're becoming more and more open to discussing a fragile alliance with more left-wing thought as a means to win elections, and that's a interesting direction, etc., etc., etc. That's the hot take. It's a lukewarm take. It's whatever. Let's see. Time will tell. Time will tell. I told you about my opinion on socialist and leftist candidates in general running under the Democratic platform. Short term, I think it's good. for people in that particular municipality. And long term, I think it's good because it's good propaganda, as long as they know what they're doing. And as long as they're not immediate sellouts. It's good for propaganda for, the left in general, because people will no longer associate somebody openly calling himself a socialist and proposing socialist policies with failure. So, let's see.
And ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia, is threatening former Attorney General Pam Bondi with contempt of Congress after the Justice Department said she'll skip today's scheduled deposition as part of the committee's investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. On social media yesterday, Garcia wrote, "Our bipartisan subpoena was very clear. Pam Bondi is supposed to testify whether she's the AG or not. If she doesn't show up, she will face contempt." The committee subpoenaed Bondi in March before President Trump removed her as Attorney General earlier this month.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we... No, I have to do it whenever somebody else is here. So I think we have something good. Should we do a high five?
My least favorite breaking points guy, but it's okay.
Let's do a high five. So,
I do not like this, gentleman.
We had the Bro Show. This is Fascist Points. Welcome to Sagar and Emily. Total takeover of the feed for the next 2 days. So we're going to do our best.
Yeah, it is low-key, dude.
To convey why we need
Oh, wait. We got something even fresher out the oven. That's not fucking woke brown Hitler over here.
Hey there, I'm Harry Enton, and today we
got a guy walking over here in the polls. We got Polish people walking over here. We got an Italian looking at the Polish. And it's about Israel losing U.S. support. Come on, chat. Let's look at some W's. Imagine if I was this kind of a streamer just screaming all the time. Like if I took like old YouTube where they reviewed random shit by screaming and I brought it to political analysis. Like, welcome back, guys. Today we're gonna analyze how popular and famous Israel really is. Do you think people still love them? Do you think people hate them? How circumcised is the average American? We got a Italian walking over. That's going on. Tell us all about it. Stay tuned. But before we get to it, a word from our sponsor, Very Good VPN. Now, back to... Imagine just YouTube, 2018 YouTube. 2018 YouTube. 2016, you're giving me aneurysms, bro. You're just doing a Shock Jock AG Plus video. Yeah, brother. Mr. Toledo on the program when? Toledo.
running all the
Toledo sounds like a good old car, man.
Numbers on Israel's U.S. popularity problem. Israel is losing support here in the United States, even amongst Republicans. Take a look at this data. Take a look at this data amongst young Republicans. Look at this massive shift that we have had over just the last 4 years. The net favorability of Israel among Republicans under the age of 50. You go back to 2022, 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up for Israel amongst young Republicans. But by 2025, look at this. Already a 30-point shift away. Their net favorability down to -2. Today, look at this. -16 points. That's an over 40-point shift in just 1, 2, 3, 4 years' time away from Israel amongst young Republicans. But that's not the only part of the Republican base where Israel is struggling. How about amongst moderate?
It's very weird, like on the news channels, there's a pretty high hum, Cuphead. Sorry, I'm talking to the producer. We're figuring out the audio. But if I lower, for you guys to figure out, you guys bought me this, so participate. So if I lower this and instead increase my volume, let's see.
Or liberal Republicans. They make up about a third of the Republican base at this point in time.
That's better. Yeah, I just got to find a mid-ground with the volume level here, the volume level you guys hear, and the volume level I hear. So the MacBook settings, the Think settings, and the OBS settings. By the way, thank you, chat, for buying me this. There's headphones and there's this. No. This, like, you get the over-ear headphones. They go into this, right? And then this is linked to a radio console over there. Not a radio console, but a receiver. Then goes into the computer. It's like 150, 60 euros. And that's the cheap version. And the headphones are around 150, 60 euros. Other way around. Yeah, you're fucking doing your autism thing with the fucking, oh, this was the receiver, this was the fucking, it's okay, Cuphead, goddammit. Oh my god, this is the receiver. Oh, this is the other fucking, okay. Thank you very much, Terkas. As long as you keep it on the minus 15 to minus 20 range on the OBS output, should sound fine for us without being crazy loud. Minus 15 to minus 20. Think so? Okay.
The net favorability of Israel with moderate liberal Republicans back in 2022. Again, 2 thumbs up. You'll notice I do a lot of Siskel and Ebert reference.
Is this okay? Okay. Now, let's review Israel from the American perspective.
Amongst young Republicans. But that's not the only part of the Republican base where Israel is struggling. How about amongst moderate or liberal Republicans? They make up about a third of the Republican base at this point in time. The net favorability of Israel with moderate liberal Republicans back in 2022. Again, 2 thumbs up. You'll notice I do a lot of Siskel and Ebert references. I just really like them. At plus 26 points. Today, again, negative territory, minus 9 points. That's a 35-point shift in just 4 years' time, with moderate liberal Republicans shifting away from Israel. And this, to me, gives you a good indication of why one of the more ardent critics of Israel within the Republican Party is actually, at this point, favored to win a competitive primary. You may know him, Thomas Massie. He, of course, is the representative from Kentucky's 4th District. He has been opposed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump has endorsed his opponent. Pro-Israel voices are also opposed. Many of them have also opposed Thomas Massie. But at this point, look at this. His chance of being the Republican nominee, winning that Republican primary in Kentucky's 4th District, is actually more likely than not to occur. Look at this. According to the Kalshi prediction market at this point, a 71% chance. But here's the thing. Again, I'm building blocks here. It's not just on the right. It's not just amongst Republicans.
Remember when they told us there's no way you cannot change America's perspective on Israel? And then we showed them dead kids. And then we screamed and we shouted. And people from Gaza also reported, of course, the most important reporting. And the Israelis kept outdoing themselves and outdoing themselves and outdoing themselves in the sheer barbarity of their genocide. And we made videos, and we made TikToks, and we made live streams, and we went out into the streets, and we talked to our parents, and we talked to our relatives, and we talked to our kids, and we talked to everybody over a beer or a tea at every instance that we could. And turns out there is an effect. There is an effect so strong, but too little too late, that they are even buying TikTok now, that they have even bought it. But they're not getting it. It's left platform relevance, my friends. Anti-Israeli sentiment is the mainstream, and it has been the mainstream all over the world for a very long time, but seeing it become the mainstream at the core of empire, at the blood pumper, at the heart that pumps the blood of Zionist imperialism, is truly magnificent. And every single one of you that has participated in this should tap themselves on the literal, not proverbial, unless you don't have one, shoulder. So, very good. Now let's do what we can to turn this anti-Israeli sentiment into political organization. Okay, into anti-imperialist, anti-apartheid, anti-colonial political organization. I know that it is already happening. Just that slow starting diesel engine needs to go into 5th gear, my dear friends. So good job. This is on you. This is on you. No, for real. You get to feel good for a second. You get to feel good. This is on you.
Israel is losing support amongst the unexpected places. How about among younger men who were a key part of Donald John Trump's coalition back in 2024? They have very much shifted away from Israel. Look at this. Net favorability of Israel among men under the age of 50. In 2022, not too bad, but not too hot to trot either at -3 points. By 2025, again, down we go, minus 22 points. That is a 19-point shift in just 3 years' time. But it gets even worse. Look at this for Israel. Minus 47 points. That's a 44-point shift away from Israel on the net favorability amongst young men who, of course, shifted massively into the Republican column back in 2024. And they have been shifting away from Israel over the last 4 years. But here's the thing. You want to talk about unexpected, perhaps no number I have seen is more unexpected than this one. Because when we talk about the Democratic base, right, and we talk about them being against Israel, that's been true amongst liberal and very liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Terkas, you beautiful son of a bitch. Thank you very much.
For a decent period of time. But now we're even seeing it among moderate and conservative Democrats. Because take a look at these numbers. I mean, this is a sea change. This is a sea change. Net favorability of Israel amongst non-liberal Democrats, that is those who identify as either moderate or conservative. Back in 2022, Israel was on the plus side of the ledger. I'll give it 1 thumbs up at +3 points. Look at this. By 2025, minus 30 points. That's a 33-point shift in just 3 years' time. You think that's a big shift? How about now? Look at this. Among moderate conservative Democrats, the net favor of Israel down into the sea.
Nah, you can call it mainstream now. No, it is mainstream. It is mainstream. I'm like, it is fully mainstream among young adults and middle-aged people, and it's almost mainstream even amongst the holy ancients, the 50-plussers. But you live in a democracy. You live in a democracy, bro. You live in a democracy that supports a state that most of its citizenry does not. That's how democratic societies usually work. That's how democratic societies usually work. Thank you, Barry, for showing links to a new show called The Reaction Podcast that I've started recently. Yeah.
Of Galilee at minus 55 points. That's a nearly 60-point switcheroo in just 4 years' time. Now, why are we seeing these shifts? Why are we seeing these shifts amongst Democrats, amongst Republicans, at least certain portions of the Republican electorate, and why are we seeing it among younger men who are a big part of Trump's coalition? It is because it is part of a larger sea change against Israel. I mean, just take a look at these overall numbers right now. The net favorability of Israel among all adults. In 2022, it was plus 13 points. I'll give that to
Zeno.
Thumbs up. Look at by 2025, minus 8 points. That's a 21-point switch in just 3 years. And now the net favorability of Israel amongst all adults, minus 23 points. That's a 36-point change in just 4 years' time amongst all adults. Now, okay, that's part of the reason why that we're seeing these groups within these shifts, right? A rising tide lifts all boats. But it's more than that. How about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which of course has been taking center stage over the past few years here in America, especially after the October 7th attacks and then Israel's response to it. Take a look here. I mean, this is a change. This is a change. Who Americans sympathize more with, the Israelis or the Palestinians? Back in 2022, before the October 7th attacks, it was the Israelis by 28 points. That would even climb into the 40s, 50s, depending on which polling you looked at in terms of who Americans sympathize.
That was so cool. I could hear everything. These things are so cool. I was all the way in the living room, making the woman make me some coffee. Because our machine is broken and it takes a million years for it to make, so it would have to stay there. So she needs to help me out. And also because I'm a sexist and I treat women as slaves. So cool. I could hear everything over there. Thank you, Terkas. Terkas is just dropping a 1 every 3 minutes. Fucking legend.
With the margin very much on the side of Israel. But look at where we are now. In 2026, Americans sympathize more with the Palestinians by an 11-point margin. That is a shift of nearly 40 points in just 4 years' time. And when you compare it to 2023, after the October 7th attacks, we're talking about what, a 50, 60 point change?
I still hear like a flutter, like as if there's a butterfly inside of my headphones. But I'll stop noticing it after a while. I mean, of course, it's wireless. It can't be perfect. I just don't know how people, maybe people buy more expensive receivers and senders or whatever the fuck you call it.
My goodness gracious. This is the best position that the Palestinians have ever been in the minds of the American public. The Palestinians making history in terms of who Americans sympathize more with. But it is not just the Israelis and the Palestinian conflict in which why we're seeing these shifts among all these different groups and overall as well. It is because of the man who right now is the prime minister, the longtime prime minister,
Ayatollah
of Israel, who's been prime minister at least in parts all the way back to my childhood. I mean, I think he was the prime minister when I was like 8 or 9. That is how long. And while I look young, I'm not that young anymore. But take a look at Bibi Netanyahu. Look at his net favorability rating here in the United States. In early 2024, he was on the plus side of the ledger at plus 9 points. But look now, minus 23 points. Again, an over 30-point shift in the wrong direction if you are a fan of Bibi Netanyahu here in the United States. And among independents, we're talking about that his net favorability rating at this point is a minus 35 points in the average poll. He is about as popular as Donald Trump is here in the United States. And of course, Trump ain't too hot to trot, to borrow a phrase that I used earlier on. And here's the other thing, which is this is starting to have major electoral ramifications. Israel has become a
Couldn't you just buy Bluetooth headphones? I have like 3 Bluetooth headphones. They're extremely uncomfortable under the mask because the mask hits them and moves them around. So it's under cloth. And Comrade Cuphead's idea was to get proper studio headphones. These are studio headphones. This guy's wearing that type of headphone, the one that wraps around the ear, and they're very, very comfortable, and they don't move around. Also, I can go to the living room and back and still hear absolutely everything, and they're ridiculously premium sounding, at least when you plug them into the laptop. They're not as premium sounding, unfortunately, when you use the that's a slightly disappointing thing, but I'll figure it out. I'll play with it when you use the receiver thingy. Oh, you left it down there. Just give it. Look at where she left it. Like she's scared of you guys. What the fuck? What? Like a kitty cat, she says. Just pass it through the door. What the fuck, man? She left it like I'm a prisoner, man. She left it on the floor. The fuck? Like, she's more freaky than Hakeem. Like, she's like, I can't show my hand. Like, you could just pass it through the door. Most streamers by now, like I've been very actively streaming for a year, show their fucking partner. Like, mine doesn't even want to show her hand. Fucking weird ass motherfucker. Oh. Anyways, floor coffee with the Canadian leaf. Aide mashallah to the great jihadi state of Canada.
Letter word in Democratic primaries. And one way you can see that is AIPAC, right? AIPAC, the lobbying group. Google searches for AIPAC in 2026, up like a rocket, up 363% versus last year, reached an all-time high last month. You often hear those on the left using AIPAC against their opponents if they have in fact taken money from AIPAC. I'm not expecting that to change anytime soon on the left. I think the question is going to be, if these young Republican numbers hold, and we see this right here, will AIPAC and Israel possibly become a boogeyman on the right as well? We're not really quite sure at this point, given how quickly these numbers have changed. Maybe they'll change back the other way in 4 years' time. But the bottom line is this. Views on Israel have shifted tremendously in a lot of unexpected places, not just on the left wing of the Democratic Party. All right, so this was me running all the numbers on Israel's U.S. popularity problem. If you have another topic that you want me to cover, leave a comment in the comment section, and we'll see if we'll do it next time around.
is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report.
Jesus, now everything's going crazy. 1 second, chat. The fuck? One second, chat. 1 second. Sincere apologies.
I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to escalating tensions between the president and the Pope, following President Trump's unprecedented attacks on Pope Leo over the Pope's vocal opposition to war. Last month, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth publicly prayed for, quote, overwhelming violence against, quote, those who deserve no mercy.
Oh my God, I'm being rated as my mic is bugging. Oh my God. Protect my laptop. Don't let them spill another fucking Guinness on me. Yo, Celticness, what did I do to you, dude? Like, in what way have I offended you? Why do you not like me anymore? I thought we were bros. Thought we were bros, dude. Yeah, you. Why did you send your fucking Irish spirits to spill a whole pint of fucking Guinness on my laptop last week? I love it here. But why did you send the spirits then, if you love it? I've been told from confirmed sources that a pint of Guinness does not spill unless at least one Irishman prays to the beer gods to spill it. So why did it spill, motherfucker? Apologies, the Fae are a rogue element. Keep them in control, dude. You know what they say, imperialism is only bad because it is done by man to man. Faes don't look like God's creatures to me, okay? Get them in line, dude. They keep spilling shit all over my fucking shit. You must have stepped in a mushroom circle. Okay, now if I said that, that would have sounded racist as shit. You're saying it is kind of funny. But imagine if I was like, man, stop sending the face. That's why I said shit like spirits or something. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Everybody give a follow to my dear friend and friend of the show. Also mod and member of this community as well. Celticness runs a brilliant motherfucking stream. Brilliant, dude. Very funny. Thank you very much for the raid. Please shout out. Let's get it. For the Oilers in chat. I mean, the Irish Fays are basically whispering in your ear. Make our friends feel welcome and gift some subs to them so that they can truly integrate in this Fay discriminating society, okay? Anyways, I didn't pitch for an entire hour, so I'm doing the grift session now. Gift the Irish subs, or they will spill more Guinnesses on my laptops. Okay, and then I definitely will not be able to stream. We are only 70 subs away from Gamba as well. Let's teach the Irish how to gamble. The Irish famously never gambling people. The Fae are with the NBs. Gotta ask yourself what you did to offend the NBs. Me offend the NBs? Never. No, that's impossible. That's impossible. I'm the favorite of the NBs. The NBs love me. The NBs love me. The it's making a sound, for fuck's sakes, dude. Okay, like this, and I'm going to increase this. It's not supposed to be this complicated, but I'll learn it, chat. I'll learn it.
During his Palm Sunday address, Pope Leo
But this is not loud enough. Okay, like that.
said Jesus Christ rejects the prayers
Okay,
of
like
those who
this.
wage war.
Thank you, Terkas.
Brothers and sisters, this is our God, Jesus, King of Peace.
Thank you, Terkas. I'm going to count Terkas as another Western taxpayer. Let's fucking go. Oil shall flow for every blasphemous image coming from the White House. Oil shall flow.
Who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen.
I don't know about you, but in this chat, we give critical support to very controversial groups that in the left space nobody does. But us as people who follow the electrical materialism also believe in people changing and sometimes even institutions having the ability to change. So, motherfuckers, Spain and the Pope are now 70% based. There you go. You heard it here first. 70% based. This is a pro-Pope chat. Okay? We're papists in here. Dude, my grandpa would literally kill me. My grandpa would actually kill me. I'm converting to Catholicism now. My grandpa would actually kill me. He would call me a filthy ustasha and shoot me probably. Like actually kill me for what I'm saying. But this Pope is based. No, I'm kidding. My grandpa's not that fucked up. My other grandpa, he probably likes this Pope as well.
Listen, your hands are full of blood.
Your hands are full of blood, the Pope said. On Sunday night, Trump criticized Pope Leo, the first U.S.-born Catholic pontiff, in a lengthy message on Truth Social.
Be like Terkas, fight the lowering sub count. Let's fucking go, chat. We can get to Gamba. Also, I got a top 3. Rascal is number 1. Sharing it with Crisco. Crisco and Rascal. Can you figure it out? Who's going to be number 1? Can you please figure this out? Okay, you can't be sharing a spot. That's fucking right-wing behavior. Okay. Us leftists, we believe in winners, okay?
Calling him weak on crime, terrible for foreign policy. On a flight en route to Algiers...
The Pope is weak on crime. Back in my day, the Pope loved crime. The Pope loved sending Templars. They would steal everything. Back in my day, the Pope was a literal gangster. Imagine if that's what he means. Why does the Pope not love crime? We just want to steal some oil. He does not support us. Very hypocritical. I thought the Catholic Church was all about conquering in the Middle East. Why does it not want to conquer? I just want to be a Templar. What the fuck?
To begin a 10-day tour of 4 African countries, Pope Leo said he would not shy away from the message of the gospel.
Woke Pope. I remember back in my day, we would pillage, we would rape. Now they are sissies.
Don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war.
Dobro sam, brate, dosta sam dobro između ostalo. Sve se me muče ovdje neki novi spikeri. Ajde da čujem koliko ima naših ovdje. Koliko ima normalnih ovdje. Pod naši mislim Slovenci, Hrvati, Srbi, Mađari, Crnogorci, Bošnjaci, Bosanci, Makedonci, ajde i Albanci može, ajde broj ću vas, ali vi me ne razumete. Bugari i Rumunci. Napišite 1 u čatu ako ste normalni. Ako ste jedna od ovih normalnih nacionalnosti. 1 u čatu da vas vidim. Đokula puši kurac. Sad znam, eto, tipično balkanske svinje jebote. Neće da me... Namjerno neće da napišu što treba. A ima nas dosta. Super, baš mi drago. Ja sam woke baka prase. Ok, sad ova ovna kopiraju, vidiš? Pa to ne može. Znate, levičari su govna. Mi smo ono, jednom da može da se izglasa nešto na plenumu. Ne, nema šanse, ne. Uvek se nađe neki lik koji se zove Petrovan ili neki kurac koji će sad dama svima da objasni kako maoistička perspektiva kao na ovu temu je daleko pametnija nego šta god vi introducujete. Jebem vas u pičku sve. Ne, šalim se, volim vas. Sladuri. Eagle M16! Neko peklo! Što više pričam srpsko-hrvatski, to više doniraju. So the more I speak server creation, the more you guys are gonna oil. Should we do that? Plačem, pa zvuči poznato, a? Štiz with the 20 months. Terkas. Let me test this. The longer I speak server creation, the higher the hype train goes. The less you understand me, the more you like me. Znači, o čemu da pričamo? Da, neki vic da vam kažem. Lete Amer koji radi za CIA i jedan Sovjet koji radi za KGB 65. I lete negde iz centralne Afrike ka Evropi i slučajno su ih stavili jednog pored drugog. I puše cigara, tad se pušao unutra i ovaj iz CIA kapira, bre, ti da ne radiš bre za Sovjeta, ovaj Sovjet ga gleda, kaže, da bre, pa ti da nisi iz CIA, on kaže, pa jesam, evo te, verujem su nam stavili jedan u drugu. Ali ajde, svakog dana se bijemo jedan protiv drugog, ajde malo se upoznamo. Počnu da pričaju, popiju po neku viski Amer, vodku Sovjet i pita, opuste se, u jednom trenutku kaže Amer, ovom Sovjetu. Slušaj, znači, ne pretiste, mrzim vas, brate, komunjage gadne, ali iskreno moram da kažem nešto. Moram da priznam. Vaša propaganda je do jaja. Svaka vam čast kako im ispirate mozak. Počnem da se smeje, Sovjet pogleda ovog jebenog Amera, kaže, naša propaganda, mi non stop pričamo u Moskvi kako vi razbijate igricu, čoveče. Pa mi ne možemo da vam priđemo ni na 10 kilometra. Gleda ga ovaj CIA, kaže, o čemu pričate, gospodine, odnosno druže, u Americi ne postoji propaganda. I Rus ga pogleda i kaže, exactly. Mislim da sam ovaj vic rekao ovde 150 puta, ali ajde testiram ovu teoriju da li će da doniraju, što više pričam. True fucking true, motherfuckers! Je li ovo boomer šala? Jeste. Nickel Pickle, thank you for your 64th. What the fuck, Krisko? Hey! Pa da ti nisi naš isto Krisko. Krisko is now number one, man. Number one. Broj 1, Krisko broj 1. Listen, this is specifically for you, Krisko. Do you know that there is a singer? Wait, every time you donate, you remind me of this extremely mainstream Bulgarian singer. This is 12 years old. Oh my God. Bulgarians in chat. Which Krisko song should I play? So this guy, is this you? Does Krisko listen to me? Is this you? Is this you, Krisko? Is this you, Krisko? Yeah, this is our Krisko. Is this Krisko ours? I love when you talk dirty to me. I love it. I love it when you oil me up so I can be dirty with you. Šta nije vam se sviđao vic, jebem vas? Pa dobar vic koji kurac. Is this you, Krisko? He's famous for having a huge hog. Yeah, I heard that too. Why the fuck do I know that? Yeah, apparently he has like he did a Drake moment before Drake, and there's like leaked photos of him, and apparently guys like makes Bill Burr look like a joke. And I'm sure that Krisko is also as hung. Okay, ajde, vraćamo se. Let's continue the Pope coverage.
President Trump also
want to cover a weird RFK Jr. moment? Always.
Sparked widespread outrage by posting an AI-generated image of himself as Jesus Christ, laying his hand on a sick or dying man. In the image, Trump's wearing a white robe and red cloak. After being accused of blasphemy by some supporters, Trump deleted the image 12 hours after it was first posted. This was Trump's response when asked by reporters about it.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't.
And look, he's standing next to a fucking DoorDash lady. I love contradictions piling on each other until they all fall into the sun. Into the it's always the cliche analysis that wins. And the cliche contradictory analysis here is, hey, we are the United States government. Let us do everything in our power to undermine the educational system so that we create a bunch of troglodytes who will then be very easy to manipulate. A couple of decades pass. Oh no, we made them too fucking stupid. And now they're voting for like just objectively like a bad option when it comes to slowing down our imperial decline. That is a contradiction. Okay. So that's very cliche analysis. That's literally what they elected a guy that just loves dropping AI images and doing video game compilations of drone strikes so much that he somehow managed to make the Iranian state look more pious in a Christian sense than he does. If this was any other country, I've said this many times, if this was any other country, I would 100% be sure that this person works for the other side. There's no fucking way that in any other country, if a president behaves like this, causes so much domestic instability and hastens your country's decline internationally so much, there's no way that he actually is working for the state. But only in the United States of America can you fail son this hard because you have unironically unlimited cash. 10 seconds left of the hype train. I forgot to hype it. Fucking shit. Fuck. Shit. Say it. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. And it's dead. Rest in peace. Rest in peace me. I am also now I am now dead. Hello, it is me, Potato Man again. I'm not doing the potato guy again. It is me, the potato guy. Cuphead has spawned me to speak on the beauty of the potatoes.
It was me.
Rest in peace to Hugo. He got hit by a bazooka. Oh yeah, and the DoorDash lady and like saying this, talking 21st century, circa 2026, 14th of April. No, 13th of April, yesterday. The president has just posted. Okay, no, how do I put this? It's 2016. You're listening to a singer people still remember called Beyonce, celebrating this lady's success in the Olympics and complaining about why the fuck the Ghostbusters are all whammon. And a rift opens up. Out of it steps out a man dressed similar to you, yet pretty different. He's sweaty. He comes to you and he says, I come from the year 2026. The president has just posted an AI image of himself as Jesus and apologized to it live on television while receiving pizzas and McDonald's from a DoorDash lady at the White House. That's it. Now I'm going to leave. Jumps back into the rift. AI Jesus? What the fuck? AI Jesus Dash door? What? Motherfucker, centuries be happening in weeks is what I'm saying, okay? It's just so fucking brain rotted that we don't notice it. People would think you're lying. Hardcore. Savage scroller, not only paying forward a gift, the nicest thing you can do in this community and everywhere else, but also paying their first Western taxes. Thank you, you beautiful motherfucker. Very, very kind of you. Taxano. Payano. Thank you very much. You're very kind to that, gentlemen and ladies and NBs. Especially MBs. We all know that the MBs donate the most. DoorDash granny has to do it for pay for her husband's cancer treatment. Don't even get me started. Like, yeah, I should have added that. Discombobulate. Also, like, you teleport back to 2016. The president just attacked Iran. No way. He would never do that. I mean, they have the Strait of Hormuz. They would just close the Strait of Hormuz, and that would cause worldwide economic disaster. No. He did it. What? Did he have like a brilliant strategy on avoiding the closing of the Strait of Hormuz that every analyst ever always said that they're going to do? No, they just closed it. So what? So how did he... So what did he do next? He closed it too. What? But it's closed. How did he close? He closed it to like the few countries that the Iranians would let pass, but then they called their bluff and the Americans let them through. So I guess they didn't really close it. Okay. And all of this is going to be caused because in 2016 you will start complaining about how there's too many women in Ghostbusters movies, which is then going to lead people to ask questions about why they can't say the R word anymore, which is going to lead them to vote in a president because they want to say the R word, and then he's going to turn them into R words, and he's going to fuck them up so much because they're oh God, I love the West. Have I ever said this? Have I said it enough times that I love the West? Yeah, brother, but it's closed by the U.S. now, brother. It's no longer closed by the goddamn Iranians. It's closed by the West now, brother. Fucking they're playing checkers when we're playing chess, brother.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one.
We're joined now by Father James Martin, prominent Jesuit priest, editor-at-large of America Magazine, the author of the new book, Work in Progress, Confessions of Busboy, Dishwasher, Caddy, Usher, Factory Worker, Bank Teller, Corporate Tool, and Priest. He has described Trump's attacks on the Pope as unhinged, uncharitable, and
a Jesuit, a member of the Society of Jesus, a Roman Catholic order of priests founded by St. Ignatius Loyola. By the way, Balkan people now love most Western Balkan people and shit. Not all of them, but absolutely love Zoran right now. Why? Because we were never seen, but Zoran did this.
Good evening, everyone.
Like, if I unironically send this to my grandpa, who's very Orthodox, my grandpa will literally fucking love this guy immediately.
Everyone.
Okay? Which way, Western man? The previous mayor became an Albanian. While Zohran embraces the Orthodox scripture.
Anastasi.
Wow.
Tonight, as we dim the lights and carry the epitaphios, we bear the burden of Jesus Christ's earthly body, just as he once bore the weight of the cross. After a week spent in prayer and a Lent spent abstaining from meat and dairy to better understand the plight of his crucifixion, Proverbs 11:25 tells us, "A generous man will prosper. He who refreshes others will be refreshed himself. Those words are ones that we think of often in our administration as we look to follow the example that you all have set time and time again for what this city should see in the leaders that it has. Good evening, everyone.
Literally, like all like Orthodox motherfuckers, the second they saw this, they were like, "Oh my fucking god, I love this man so much. Oh my god, he's one of us, dude. He's one of us, dude."
Christian. Welcome to Democracy Now! Father, it's great to have you with us. Can you explain this unprecedented attack by an American president on the Pope?
Well, it's actually...
Are you working on any videos? I'm working on streaming 4 to 5 times a week, working on the Deprogram podcast, working on the Reaction podcast, and working on the relaunch of the Loaf/First Thought channel. So currently, no. I'm not working on a video that will be posted on a platform that will give me $20 for that video and show it to, I don't know, like 100,000 people. Unfortunately, my friend. But whenever I have an original idea, I'll do it again.
Hard to explain, but I think what probably...
First thought. It's now Loaf. This is Hakim's pet project now, the fucking thing we're turning it into. And I like it. I honestly like it. It's fucking unhinged. We launched a trial video, and then now we'll see how it goes with the... we're filling up the proverbial gun, and then we're gonna push it. It's gonna be an edgelord show that's supposed to not really make money. It's supposed to drive people towards the deprogram.
What happened was on 60 Minutes, there was a special with Cardinals McElroy, Tobin, and Supich, who were very strong against the war. Cardinal McElroy, who was a theologian and a political scientist, called the war unjust. And that seemed to have sparked the outrage from President Trump, who did launch into this personal ad hominem attack against the Holy Father, and then, as you said, followed it up with the tweet of him as Jesus. So it seems to have been, a kind of late night anger that he took out on the Pope, and that he decided that he wanted to place himself in the role of Jesus. That's how I see it.
And Father Martin, I wanted to ask you about all these almost unhinged comments in recent weeks of the president. For instance, on Easter Sunday itself, the holiest day of the year for Catholics, him threatening to bomb Iran into the Stone Age. Your reaction to how this is...
You think Twitch made video essays obsolete? No, because Twitch and writing a video are extremely different. When you stream on Twitch, you basically have a 9 to 5. You got to show up. You got to be there. You got to pre-prep. Then you got to rest afterwards. You got to prep for the next day. You got to work with a bunch of people that moderate your community. It is a completely different animal. Video essays, you write whenever you want to. You pay an editor. They fucking edit it. Whatever. It's not easy. It requires a lot of creativity. But Twitch streaming requires a lot more time. I'm not saying effort. Effort is a subjective connotation. We're Marxists. Let's not discuss labor value here when it comes to it's different application in different fields based on what it creates. All of you fucking go read up if you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I will fucking give you F's in next class, okay? But so no, it's not making it obsolete because it's apples and oranges. It's sublimely different. A lot of people that are on Twitch would never be able to make video essays, and a lot of people that make video essays would never be able to stream. And I can tell you that from experience because I did both, and I keep doing both. When it comes to treating their creators well, I keep saying, and I'm only semi-joking, Twitch is fucking incredible. Like, it just is, okay? 70% split with a mega corporation. Come on. 50 is fucked up for the smaller creators. But I got 70%. I mean, what employer gives you 70-30 on the value that create? Fucking nobody. Right? It's still too little because like 100% of the work is me, the producer, the mods, and the community. I would argue 30% should go to chat and 70% to me. But What did I want to say? But it doesn't mean it's perfect. But it does look perfect and feel perfect when you compare it to YouTube, which is like there's no, like, it's fucking bad, dude. They're just ripping you off at every corner, every single creator. Not the case for a lot of third world workers on Twitch. Why is many Brazilians left? Why, my friend? Give me context, please. I remember Ian from Brazil telling me that he left it on Twitch, like that there wasn't a way to monetize it on Twitch or do gift subs or something. How much do you earn on Twitch alone in a month, if you don't mind me asking? I will probably, when we reach, I don't know if we ever reach like a very large number, I can reveal. I wouldn't like necessarily give you the direct number because I don't want to get robbed. And I do live in a sketchy part of the world from you guys' perspective. So that's why I keep it on the down low. But like, but at some point, I wouldn't mind releasing. This feels like it would be a stupid thing to do. They don't have the 70-30 anymore, I think. How can a new streamer get 70-30 after starting with 50-50? Is there a way to negotiate with Twitch once you're big enough? You can, but that's the cool thing about Twitch. You no longer have to negotiate. You see, look underneath me. The thing that says plus program 1 and plus program 2. If you reach plus program 2, you're there. The difficult part is becoming a partner. And I became a partner in a couple of months because I reached out. Okay, I have a corporate background, so I knew what to tell them. I was like, guys, I can very easily stream on YouTube. I have 200,000 subscribers back then. But I'm coming on Twitch. I am bringing a lot of fucking people on here, okay? Give me partner. And they're like, the second you hit affiliate, we'll let you hit affiliate by yourself. We want to see if you manage to bring those people. But the second you hit affiliate, we'll give you partner. I hit affiliate in like a week. Boom. There you go, partner. In like a month. Sorry, affiliate in a month. I think it took a month because you got to do a month. You got to do a number of streams, some shit. I don't remember. I don't want to lie. I really don't want to lie. But yeah, for you guys that are starting out, the second you have some views, the negotiate. But the way you get up into 70-30 split, you do it by reaching plus level 1 and plus level 2. Plus level 1 I think is 60. Plus level 2 is 70. That's number 1. Number two is like I pride myself in having the most international chat in the political sphere. But the only reason I know that is because when I would look at how much I'm making, and I would be like, am I not supposed to get 70% off of number of subs times $6, which is the price of a sub, and I'm not making like half of that? So I reached out to my agent, like, what the fuck is happening? And that's how I found out we are so insanely international. He literally said, I have never, ever, ever seen a chat as international as yours for a size under 5K, under 5K active viewers. Never. And that unfortunately also explains your lower amount, because like a shit ton of chatters, have $1 subs, $2 subs, which is fine, and I'm very grateful. And I'm grateful that this system works. I know I don't think somebody from a very impoverished country should have to pay $6 for a sub. Fuck that shit. No, absolutely not. Some subs are $3, some subs are $1. So yeah, TLDR, little behind the scenes here. I don't know why I went on this rant. €5 here. Yeah, Poland went. Like the country I'm based in, I like to joke, I literally pushed it into a higher price. It's €5 here. When I started streaming, it was $1.99 here. I wish I was doing Gamba back then. I could con the shit out of you guys back then. Imagine $1.99 and I get 70% back on that. No, of course I would have told you how much it fucking costs. But still. Now I gotta pay the full $5. It's €5 in Slovenia. Yeah. I think just the Serbs are on $1 now. Wait. In the Balkans. And Bosnians. Price, when somebody asks me about the Bosnian economy, I say, Bosnia has like an economy. Price of sub per country. Thank you, Terkas. Thank you, Platinum Octopus. Thank you, all you big G's. $2 in Serbia. There you go. So why the fuck are you not subbing, fucking Serbs? I want like 1 million subs from you, but Jokula, where's your taxes, dude? So you see, like a lot are fucking okay, but USD. We're trying to look at USD here. I can't like convert every single time. You see, Kyrgyz, Macau, Myanmar is 150. Thank you, Jokula. Good job. Papua New Guinea is 3. Yo, sirs, Papua New Guinea got more expensive subs than you guys. Ooh. No beef to Papua New Guinea. I love Papua New Guinea. Wait, where's Bosnia? They didn't even write Bosnia. Wait, this is Asia Pacific. Where's Europe? Bosnia Herzegovina, $1.99. Okay, good. Armenia's even less. We got any Armenians in here? Get any Armenians? $8 in the US, but on the phone. Always buy from computer if you can do it. Georgia 150. Dude, Georgia's not that poor. One of the richest people I know is from Georgia. How SEO marketing and shit. He's a filthy capitalist, but he's a friend. He gets 2 portions of the disgusting gulag food when we imprison him. Maybe that's why it's poor. No, he lives outside of Georgia. Yeah, my friend personally walking around with a big spoon. My friend is capitalist Stalin, walking around with a big capitalist spoon, eating all the money from the Georgians. You know how much what the taxes for a foreigner in Georgia are? For a foreign permanent resident. Come on, I want you to bet. Permanent residents in Georgia benefit from a territorial tax system, paying 20% on Georgian-sourced income, but 0% on foreign-sourced income. If I went and I streamed from Georgia, I would pay 0% tax. Very Arab approach. I think Oman has a similar thing. I think Oman is the same. 0, yeah. So I don't think I can give this advice to the Yanks, but I guess if you're a struggling young chap, lady, or envy that's not from America, Georgia's not a bad option, I guess. Very good food, great wine. But what do they want to say? But Yanks, I can't give this advice to because you always have to pay American taxes no matter where you go. Ask Gatsu if he got space for you. Dude, I'd get in a fight with Gatsu in like 12 seconds. He's funny, but he's Georgian. Dude, I cannot live in Georgia. That guy, we call him Jesus. He's a great guy. He's like a buff midget. He's lovely, the rich dude. He's oh my God. Like, he's so Georgian. They're the most fucking liberal people on planet Earth. And the fucked up thing is they're like well-intentioned and you can't scream at them. You genuinely can't scream at them because they are well-intentioned. You're like, fuck, Jesus. There you go. Serbia, $1.99. Thank you, Nickel Pickle and Turkus. Thank you very much. Wait, 35 from Kyiv. Much is that? Oh my God, the Ukrainians. I mean, it's a war zone. Ukrainians got 80 cents. Does anybody got a cheaper one than the Ukrainians? Ukrainians got 80 cents ones. Holy shit. I don't think anybody's got a cheaper one than Ukraine. Nah, I don't see a cheaper one than Ukraine. Yep. There you go. I didn't know that. Ukrainians got the cheaper one, but it is a war zone, so. Turkey, maybe? Let me see. Turkey. Oh, they still write it as Turkey. They're going to get bombed. Let's see. Turkey. 98 cents. No, Ukraine is cheaper. Ukraine is cheaper. Ukraine is cheaper. Crazy. Anyways, back to the coverage. Donald Trump hates Jesus Christ and thinks he is better than him.
This is playing out among Catholics around the world.
Yeah, and I would say Easter is the holiest day of the year for Christians as well. We have to remember, that Jesus comes back after the resurrection. His first words to the disciples are, "Peace be with you," not, vengeance is mine. How is this playing out? Catholics from the progressive side to the traditional side were appalled by the president's attacks on the Pope because they were so mean-spirited, so personal, so outrageous that it is really, kind of an attack on the church, because the Pope is the visible representative of the church. And I think people feel Catholics feel that they are being attacked as well. So really very personal, very mean-spirited, and also, as I said, unhinged.
President J.D. Vance, a Catholic convert, appeared on Fox News last night. He said this.
I certainly think that in some cases it would be best for the Vatican to stick to matters of morality, to stick to matters of what's going on in the Catholic Church, and
of morality, which they did when they said that it is immoral to go to war. Well, the Catholic Church should stick to conversations about morality, except about the most reprehensible and immoral thing that the human species has ever invented: Krieg.
the President of the United States stick to dictating American public.
How is waging a war not a moral matter? Because to Americans, moral matters are interracial sex and abortion and whether you get to call somebody the R word or not.
Policy.
So that's J.D. Vance, if you can respond to that. And also the AI image Trump posted of himself as Jesus Christ. But start with Vance.
Yeah, he said the Catholic Church should stick to matters of morality. I don't know any other more pressing moral issues than war and peace, than taking care of the poor, the sick, the homeless, the stranger. These are moral issues, right? And so that is exactly what Pope Leo has been doing. He has been talking about these moral issues. And so I don't understand how Vice President Vance cannot see that war is a moral issue. Secondly, this idea of President Trump posting a picture of himself as Jesus, some have called it blasphemous, which is, speaking ill words against God. But I think it's more idolatry. I mean, the first commandment says, you shall have no other gods before me, right? And that includes President Trump. So
he's the golden calf. He's presenting himself as the golden calf as they wait for Moses to come down with the fucking stones, with the tablet, with the commandments. That's it. Was it a calf or was it a fucking bull? Golden bull? Was it a bull? I'm sorry. Remind me. That's it. That's what this is, as the father here says. Golden ox. Thank you.
The idea that someone could see themselves in the role of Jesus and then actually post it online like that really sort of is hard to imagine, and particularly for someone who calls himself a Christian.
Looks like a cow too.
Yeah, President Trump has surrounded himself with evangelical advisors who frame his policies as divinely sanctioned. And his spiritual advisor, Paula White Cain, has declared that, quote, to say no to President Trump would be to say no to God. What do you say to that and the evangelicals around him
I wish on this type of topic, Catholics were like OG Catholics. I wish he would open his eyes and say, those are not Christians. That's a sect. That is a sect. We don't consider those people Christian. Who the fuck ordained them to call themselves a church? Who the fuck? What Lutheran? What the fuck are you talking about? The fuck is that? You're saying I can just go to a local mall and I can say I am the Lord and preacher of the lizard God. And I don't have to pay taxes and people can call me a church? Now, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. That's not a church. Unironically, just go like, who, what? That's not a church. That's not a church. No. You have Orthodox, you have Catholics, you have even Protestants from time to time. You got Muslims. You got Jews. Hell, they're fucking whatever over there, but you got them Hindus, them Buddhists. We can have conversations with religious doctrines, not just 12 guys and a mall. Why are you asking the Catholic Church's opinion on 12 guys in a tent singing to snakes? Like, I wish that would be the response, you know? I wish that would be the response. Be like, what? Having 150,000 weird fucking, one guy, 7 women relationship Americans in your religious doctrine does not following your doctrine does not constitute you to be a legitimate world religion that us as Catholics are supposed to comment on, or Muslim or Orthodox brothers or whoever. The fuck? You're not, get on my level, bitch. I wish the Catholics unironically talk like this about all these American sects.
That promote this.
Just a book club. Imagine if you said, why are you asking me about this book club, bro? I mean, I'm jesting to an extent. I'm not for religious prosecution, but all I'm saying is, come on, bro. Like, unironically get on my level. Like, why are we, like... there has to be some screening here. I mean, I have to go through screening in order to get a driver's license. And in the United States, you don't have to go through screening. I mean, you have to go through very basic screening, at least. When you want to say, oh, I got a religion. I got this thing that interprets the word of God and all of existence to such an esteemed and high level that I shouldn't pay tax. Bro, what? I think that should not be very, like, creating an institution such as that should not just be like renting a space in a mall. Market metaphysics. The book club, you actually have to read it. Great point, my friend. I apologize to book clubs. Temporarily embarrassed popes. Anyways, we have reached 2 hours and 30 minutes. Speaking of temporarily embarrassed, save all chatters, all the lumpen chatters who sin every day by existing without a subscription. Uplift yourself through your Prime, through $6 a month, through less in certain countries. Or look upon the Savior, the oiler, the gifter, the taxpayer, and say, giveth upon me a sub, and they shall giveth upon you. Every chatter in this community shall have a sub, and every friend of a chatter shall be gifted a sub. For that way we elevate ourselves post-advertisement into a state of nirvana where content flows, where oil flows, and where we gamba completely ethically. That was me telling you to subscribe and stuff. Thank you for coming to my There you go. Should I call myself a church now? I'm a church of subscriptions. And ask, patriarchs and imams and popes and, bishops what they think about my takes as the great fucking war. I just need to rent out a space in a garage somewhere.
These views.
Yeah, to speak in religious terms and to speak to evangelicals and Christians, that's idolatry. I mean, that's what that is. I mean,
in my opinion, legitimate religion is just a cult that got successful long enough for it to be used by imperial powers and calcify. Who knows what those will be in another few centuries or millennia? Yes, but those can, like every institution, can co-opted by the dominant class and be steered to represent its particular interests. So yeah, of course, I agree completely. But jokingly and not jokingly, an institution that has managed to survive for hundreds of years or thousands of years should mock institutions that are 20 years old and yet think that they could dictate one's perception of God or one perception of the relation of the state to God or to morality, etc., etc. I'm overcomplicating, basically saying, motherfucker, we 1,000-year-old church, and we're supposed to be commenting on some weird fucking people that dance with snakes in fucking tents. Fuck that shit.
And if you're saying that President Trump is equivalent to God.
So I'm not making some grand, complex stake here. I'm just like, who is you, bro?
And that what President Trump does and thinks and how he acts is equivalent to God is idolatry. And that's against the first commandment. So I think it's kind of just insane. And it also implies that God is, therefore, if God is only on our side, that God is somehow against other people, right? And wants Iranians to die and wants our enemies to die. And again, Jesus's message is blessed are the peacemakers, not blessed are the warmongers. And again, his message after the resurrection is peace be with you, not I'm going to take revenge. But, what Paula White was saying was idolatry. And that's against the first commandment, period.
And Defense Secretary Hegseth recently leading a prayer at the Pentagon asking God to pour down overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy. Can you talk about how the Pope responded when he said, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen, your hands are full of blood? Pope Leo said that.
Yeah, God is a God of life. This idea that some people don't deserve mercy is completely against the Christian message. So on pretty much every measure, it fails as a Christian message. Calling down violence against somebody, saying that someone doesn't deserve mercy, saying that God is only on our side. I mean, it's a real perversion of the Gospels.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter.
Let's update you on what is happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz with the latest ship tracking data that's been analysed by BBC Verify, showing that 4 Iran-linked tankers have crossed the strait despite Washington's naval blockade. 2 of those ships had visited Iranian ports. That's according to Marine Traffic. Its data shows a bulk carrier, the Christiania, crossing the strait on Monday, having called at the port of Bab el-Mandeb. China, the biggest buyer of Iranian oil, describing the U.S. restricting access to Iran's ports as irresponsible and dangerous. And what we've been hearing from the Pakistani capital, Islamabad, as well, reports that the next round of talks may take place this week or early next week to extend the current.
It's not the success of a religion that makes the imperialist entity successful, but the imperialist entity's success that makes that religion successful. Not always, but yes. Not always, but yes. Historically, you are almost like 99% correct. Most religions spread, and I'm saying every single one, with all due respect to every subcategory of Christianity, Islam, and so on. We would send our fucking missionaries after the soldiers or before the soldiers. So let's not fucking lie to ourselves here. Not always, but 95% of the time. Historians in chat, tell me if I'm wrong. But because of the 5% or 10%, now I'm just throwing random percentages, we should, not completely generalize it. But yeah, I agree with you. Uživancia. Thank you, Uživancia, for paying forward. Very uživanje. Thank you very much.
2-week ceasefire.
Best thing any child can do is pay forward, as always. I said that many a time. If you want to,
So far, neither Washington nor Tehran have made any formal comments on this next round of negotiations, but we're watching out for that and we'll bring you any comments as soon as we get them. Well, James Parkin is a retired Rear Admiral in the Royal Navy. With Iranian-linked ships managing to get through the Strait of Hormuz, he told me what he thinks is going on the Strait.
I think the most important thing for your viewers to note is that this is a blockade of Iran's ports rather than a blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. And as a result, much of the action and activity in that area of the world is going to be calibrated by how ships try and escape the blockade, and the 4 ships that have gone through the Strait today indicate that perhaps it's not being as enforced as strictly as might otherwise be the case.
So what we're seeing at the moment is a policy from the US Navy of deterrence, James, rather than enforcement.
Well, it's an interesting analogy because one of the things that has been apparent in the last few weeks is that despite quite a lot of the rhetoric, the Strait of Hormuz is not actually blocked. It's not blocked physically. There's no evidence of any mines being laid. But what has happened is that civilian shipping companies have been deterred from transiting the Strait of Hormuz because of the danger of attack from Iranian forces in particular.
I've been saying this from fucking day one.
I see no evidence that that deterrence has been dialed down at all. And
that deterrence can only be dialed down by Iran guaranteeing safe passage. They cannot be won through war unless you believe that the United States of America can actually invade and occupy Iran. If you believe that can happen, that's the only way they actually open up the Strait of Hormuz, because then Iran will not be a factor. It will no longer be a state, de facto and de jure. So they can. So then the Americans will be able to guarantee passage through the Strait. So yeah, either the Iranians agree, or the Iranians get wiped out. There's no third option. Okay.
Shipping companies who are perhaps connected with
just the chance of a 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 rumor of a chance of a rumor of a chance of a rumor that tankers can be hit in the Strait of Hormuz by Iranian forces or any other proxy forces, or even like paramilitary forces of Iran and other groups, will immediately have an immeasurable impact on oil prices, and will de facto, at least an image, which in this case is all that matters, render the Strait of Hormuz blocked. You understand what I'm saying? If enough people believe that going through Hormuz is going to get you hit, then it's de facto blockaded. You don't even have to hit. You can just chuck fucking nades over the thing so that you can hear, bomb. Like you know the meme, like how to keep rent prices down in a neighborhood, and you go outside and you fucking doof, 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 out of the window every couple of days so that you keep the rent prices down, so that the image of the neighborhood is that it's a bad neighborhood where there's gun violence. Well, this is basically the same. Iran doesn't even have to shoot at a motherfucker. They can just go out on the balcony and go doof, 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 doof. Maybe shoot a motherfucker once a month, right? And everybody's like, oh my God, this place isn't safe. Do I need to explain it in fucking Fortnite terms now? You understand me? You're not fucking stupid. You're not. I love you. Pat. You're actually very smart.
Non-Iranian ports and non-Iranian cargo.
What do you mean me? I really do get it. I really do that.
Have so far been extremely reluctant to go through the Straits because of both the shipping insurance impact and also the risk of attack or damage to their cargoes. So for a blockade to be legal and effective, it does have to be enforced. And certainly from the first 12 or so hours of the blockade, that doesn't appear to be the case.
What is the biggest danger right now?
I think there are two dangers that leap out as to courses of action that may take place.
I'm sorry, but I love wood-covered walls. I love it.
Danger number one, I think, is that the ships and the assets that the US Navy have assembled to enforce the blockade are not able to do that. Blockades themselves are actually a matter of international law, and one of the elements that has to be fulfilled for this to be a legal blockade is that it has to be effective.
Yes, I love wood, yes. Motherfucker, that was funny.
And if 4 ships have gone through already linked with Iranian cargoes that have not been stopped, not been boarded, that implies that the US Navy at the moment is struggling to have sufficient assets in the area to be able to enforce the blockade itself. So I think danger number 1 is that the Iranian ships continue to get through and the US forces perhaps slightly overreact in order to counter the narrative that the blockade is not being enforced. Perhaps the second and more dangerous but less likely course of action is that the non-Iranian linked ships, which are free to pass under the US Navy's notice to mariners to non-Iranian ports, when they start to go through and they've been reassured that they are subject to attack by Iranian forces. That would be the worst of all worlds, because it would show that the merchant shipping community is not free to proceed that the US Navy's told them to do, and the Iranians are reopening hostilities against both ships and potentially ports in the region.
Yeah, okay, covered. I'm never gonna be that stream where we just like rewatch the same coverage for 3 fucking hours and call that monitoring the situation. Let's check this out. I like Revolutionary Thought. Shout out to Revolutionary Thought. The link. Let's disagree with her, actually. Let's disagree with her violently, because you're not becoming Chinese. You're just like socialism. I like both. I am both. And not in a weird Orientalist way. I have gone there. I have tried Peking duck, and I have tried Chinese cigarettes. So I am doing both. A Revolutionary Thought. Okay, I am doing both.
Chinese time in your life, now that you're eating soup for breakfast and drinking hot
Why I eat soup for breakfast? The fuck? I eat soup for breakfast. What?
water and
What? My mom taught me to drink hot water with lemon since I was a child. Jesmo mi Kinezi jebote. Are we? What?
taking off your shoes when you enter your home. As
Check. Oh, what? I think this video is directed at Americans. We do all of this. All Yugos do all of this. Not beating the Oriental allegations. That is Oriental a slur because people treat it like it is? I mean, calling someone you are an Oriental is, but it depends on the fucking context. And Orientalism is a political science term about viewing particular groups of people, usually to the east of wherever you are, as quirky and strange and weird and inherently weirdly spiritual, and all of they are more barbaric than us. That's usually the easiest explanation, and because of that, their cultures are very quirky. But yeah, don't go around calling people who you are. No problem, my friend. I've not been in someone's home where I need to... I sometimes wear shoes on a stream because I got a fucking AC blowing into my head, and my footsies are sometimes coldy because it's a air-conditioned room, because it needs to be very cold in here because I wear a mask. Sabe ser ručeto jugo nije Kinez nego Albanac. But wait, so okay, chat, okay, let's... can I get a poll? Can I get a Polish guy? Let's count these. Wait.
have I met you at a very Chinese time in your life? Now that you're eating soup for breakfast.
I'll explain what the poll is. Okay, soup for breakfast 1.
Drinking hot water
2.
and taking off your shoes when you enter your
3.
home, as you should, because wearing shoes indoors is kind of nasty. Or are you maybe just a white person who's...
Okay, 3. I want a poll that says, how Chinese are you out of 3? And then depending on if you do all of these three things semi-regularly or regularly, you write either 1, 2, 3, or 0. So I want option 0, 1, 2, 3. And I want the question to be, how Chinese are you from 0 to 3? Does black tea count as hot water? Kinda, yeah. No, specifically hot water. But they put some shit in the hot water. Usually. They give it to you at every restaurant. Like the Italians give you bread. And olive oil. Zero out of 3 is crazy. Can I have a poll, guys? Are mods asleep? Or do I have mods? Do I have a producer? I have nobody. Man, I'm about to start firing. Holy shit. Is this full on... Holy fuck, I'm about to get nasty in here. Holy shit, actually no one is here. Well, that's fucking fantastic. They're all quiet quitting. From what? The most difficult job in the world, Hugo's chat, where we receive 0 trolls a day. Okay, some said 0 out of 3, some said 3 out of 3, some said 2 out of 3. It is what it is. What's up, Anaconda?
Family gave up your culture.
I'm actually speechless.
For traditions.
I hear. No, you weren't. But it's fine. You don't always have to be here. You're my producer. You don't always have to be here, my friend. But there should always be at least one mod, for fuck's sakes. The fuck? Am I supposed to clean up the roster, dude? Are we NKVDing this situation? Do I need to get new mods and send some to Canada? Either zuck another one.
Language and connection to your land and ancestors to get a shot at fulfilling the American dream, and now you're trapped in a... Or are you maybe just a white person whose family gave up your culture, traditions, language, and connection to your land and ancestors to get a shot at fulfilling the American dream, and now you're trapped in a country that'll never fulfill that dream, so you try on being Chinese in the hopes that
Sell Matt Walsh into white slavery. What's up, Freda? Freda's writing a script on Matt Walsh's documentary, and I think he's slowly spiraling.
Habits of a people who have a rich culture.
Also, Freda, it's on you to remind Mike that we record tomorrow. Please, it's completely on you, brother. It's completely on you. Please, I cannot. I cannot. Thank you. Will do. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I'm going insane. Is it that bad? It's that bad, isn't it? It's that bad. He has not made a single correct citation, and his sources are all dog shit. Of course, the fucking legendary historian is going to be most pissed about the citations. But no, I jest. When you're making claims as absurd and overwhelming as he does, the citations better be good, bro. Freda streams, by the way, for those of you who do not know. So please go follow him. And me and Freda have a show called The Reaction Podcast, !Reaction. Check it out. Are we winning yet? We're trying, my friend. What's up, lesbian?
Guaranteed access to basic necessities will also...
And he sits there with his fluoride stare and smugly says, this is how it is, while citing some tabloid journalist dog shit book.
Give you what you yearn for and finally liberate you from your struggles. Or, if you're not white, Have you considered that maybe you just crave socialism? But let's be real, if you are white and living in the West, you're probably not becoming Chinese. You're just slowly waking up and realizing that life doesn't have to be like this and that things could be way better. You could live somewhere where
do you know what? Like, to an extent, like, no, like, you will become more Chinese. You will become more Brazilian. You will become more French. You will become more Nigerian. You will become more Chilean in the long term. The reason all of us are becoming more American on steroids and also get to interact a little bit with other cultures and so on is because we live under unipolarity, where the voice of the core of empire when it comes to what is culturally significant, what is cool, what memes are edgy and based and which are cringe and are not, etc., is because of this dichotomy. The more multipolar the world becomes, the more it internationalizes, the more we will interact with other cultures, and we will unironically, and I want to become more American and Chinese and Russian and Ghanaian and Ukrainian and French and South African and Argentinian and fucking Mexican and everything. That's base. That's fucking great. That's absolutely great. The more access we have to other people's cultures, the more we realize that they're actually kind of fun. And therefore, which leads to us limiting our ability to hate them and to be bigoted against them and to dehumanize them because we see shit from their perspective. I know this is very cliche, but it's true. So no, we are like we will become more Chinese and every other nationality. But ironically, we will become more Chinese than almost any other because that's going to be the second main or the parallel main influencer of the world's culture, together with, of course, the United States of America, even when we enter multipolarity. It's going to be, they're going to just have the largest loudspeakers, the biggest social media platforms, the biggest creators, the biggest voices, the biggest pop stars, the biggest, what do you call it, production companies for films, for TV shows, for music, right? So you do become more Chinese. I mean,
buying a house doesn't seem like
thank you, Pizza Famine, for the gift, you fucking legend.
An impossibility, and going to the doctor doesn't feel like psychological warfare that might bankrupt you and traumatize you, where the passage of time coincides with technology.
Which reminds me, subscribe. We're reaching the third hour. Let us try and get, a lot of subs dropped. It's going to be difficult to get to Gamba. But I don't know. I feel like 13 Western taxpayers, because 13 is a beautiful number, I think we can hit today. And if you are not, if you're already subscribed here and you're tired of oiling this up and you want to support, what's it called? You want to support another project and you can afford to do so, there is a project that definitely needs your financial support. It is called The Reaction Podcast. Why the fuck does it not open? Oh, there you go. And you should go and drop some dinero for those crazy 3 motherfuckers over there. There you go. You get a lot of benefits. Finally, you will now start getting benefits. You will get, like, this week, a Joe Rogan episode is going to come out, and it's going to be exclusive for patrons. Part 2 of the Live a God episode was also exclusive to patrons. That's how you can't feed a podcast any other way unless we start taking on sponsors. Do you want us to take on sponsors? Fuck that shit. Please, chat. I need beer money, and also like Freda. Okay, me and Mike are lucky, right? We're unks in this space. Freda's relatively new. Let's buy Freda planes, pilot licenses, huge mansions. Okay, my dream right now, my driving force in life, after a communist agitation, is making Freda filthy rich. Because if there's anybody in this space that deserves to be filthy rich, that's Freda. And we make Freda filthy rich by supporting the Reaction Podcast. I do want you to get sponsors. Cedevita. Может Cedevita. We could do a Cedevide. We could do a Cedevide sponsorship. Could do a Cedevide sponsorship. Please do a Professor Young episode. My friend, you know what you can do when you are a patron? You can suggest and vote for ideas for episodes. And yes, we definitely will do a Professor Young episode. Just how quickly it comes to be depends on how many patrons vote.
Logical advancements and infrastructure development that actually helps people, and not with worsening living conditions, inflation, and wealth inequality, where the future looks bright and hopeful instead of scary and full of state-sanctioned violence, where you can actually retire and engage in fun, enriching activities at your advanced age instead of having to work at Walmart as an 80-year-old and only getting to retire if you happen to go viral on TikTok, where you can participate in long-standing cultural traditions and where you can feel like
May I create new cubs? Because if so, I would like to make lesbian hot sauce a mod. I would love lesbian hot sauce as a mod, but it's democratic. Cops vote for new cops, so we would have to check with the other mods. But I don't think they would have any problem. But still, we gotta check with the other mods. And I don't know if lesbian hot sauce wants to be a mod. Lesbian hot sauce is pretty busy.
you're a part of something bigger than yourself. Right now, the closest place to something like that is China. But instead of questioning why China has been able to accomplish all of these incredible things, like...
Well, I interviewed on the Deep program, oh my God, a very good journalist yesterday. And they made an amazing documentary about Cuba. They were the first Western journalists that could actually do a full interview with the new Cuban president. And it was a great documentary, and it's going to come out, and we really try to push it and platform it as much as possible on the program yesterday. It's going to come out on Friday, the episode, and there we joked about how it's why is it easier to humanize the Chinese now for the Americans than it is to humanize the Cubans? Why is it easier to show the success of the socialist experiment when showing China to Americans than it is when showing the, again, incredibly successful Cuban resistance to blockades and sanctions? Because American culture is stuff. Okay? What do you guys call it? You guys call it treats. So it's very meta that so many leftists have been created, and so much, but not even leftists, so many people have been pulled out of a very Orientalist perspective towards China and a very anti-communist perspective towards China, because we showed them just how many great treats China has, right? That even that the main pitch capitalism always gave them is, people are going to suffer and going to die, but you're going to have great treats. Motivated them to follow the system blindly for so long. And we yoinked them out of that, not by, for example, showing the Cubans' ability to survive as a sovereign state in spite of all these blockades, but by showing them very fast train, a very, very big LED screen on big skyscraper and sexy electric vehicles. Says a lot about the key audience you're trying to speak to and what their value system is. So yeah, that was funny. It was very funny. Who was the journalist? Abby Martin. She was really smart. She gave hardcore, uplifted working class agitator vibes. It was very cool. Abby's a literal OG, dude. Literal OG. You interviewed Abby Martin? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, felt crazy. I fucking watched Abby in my grandpa's living room. Half of my teenage years. It's pretty insane.
Massive reforestation, the development of green renewable
Thank you guys. Thank you.
energy, lifting 800 million people out of extreme poverty, access to basic necessities like housing, education, and healthcare. Westerners participating in this becoming Chinese trend just adopt Chinese culture as an aesthetic because they don't have the language to articulate what it is that they yearn for or an understanding of how that stuff even gets accomplished. Socialism. The answer is socialism, which we're going to talk about, obviously.
Okay, this is a good point. Yeah, this is a good point. And you will see more and more liberals do a strange form of positive Orientalism, as I like to term it, even though there's no such thing as it being positive, where they're going to pivot against socialists, the very specific Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics. They're going to pivot away from systemic causes of well-being in China to this positive Orientalism that I don't know if it says, oh, but you know, those strange Easterners, they just have inherent greater work ethic. They are like so mentally more communal and culturally more communal. So it is easier for them to rise through, different levels of industrialization faster than it is for the Jacobian mind type shit. No, you will definitely hear this. As a pivot against systemic analysis, they will basically do the typical shit they do with fucking Japanese people. They're gonna start doing for the Chinese. They're wired different. They just do everything faster and smarter, and they're like that type of shit. Which on the surface is gonna sound like a compliment, but it's not, because it's fucking racist. That's not how humans work, bro. Like the fuck. Rather than their government focuses on economics above all. Absolutely. It's in their blood or some weird ass shit. Protocols of the Elders of Shanghai.
So in this video, I'm going to go over some patterns I've recognized, particularly what it is that the youths actually seem to yearn for. How do you do, fellow kids? How they find it in the trend of becoming Chinese, and why adopting being Chinese as an aesthetic won't actually materialize those things, because the real solution is to change the systems that made your life like this in the first place. I'm sorry, but you can't just drink hot water until you get better material conditions. If only. Before we get started, I wanted to mention that Revolutionary Thought merch.
They will literally post. There will be articles that say how to be better at your job by optimizing the Chinese way of life. That will definitely exist. So she's onto something. The liberal mind's ability to dissuade looking at positive or negative aspects of a particular society, positive and negative inherently being subjective here, as always, and not looking at material conditions, but instead of looking at some metaphysical bullshit is always fucking incredible.
Is now live. Keep watching to get a special discount code at the end. And a little reminder that you can also support me on Patreon or by using my code to subscribe to Means TV. Now on to the rest of the video. So I gotta say, I have kind of mixed feelings on this becoming Chinese trend. I haven't seen every single becoming Chinese video that possibly exists online, but like some of them are legitimately really funny, like when a Westerner lives in China and like actually adopts Chinese culture. But in the case of white Americans in the West, they often seem to treat being Chinese like a costume you can wear and take off when you're bored of it and ready for something new, which a lot of Chinese people have already mentioned and obviously don't love. 2 months ago, you were a clean girl. 1 month ago, you were old money. Now you're Chinese. What's coming next? Who knows? Hopefully, proletarian revolution. This framing of Chinese culture as a costume or a commodity to consume veers towards Orientalism and conceives of China as this mysterious, exotic Eastern other, and not just like a diverse country with its own people and culture and traditions and languages and a functioning government that works for the people, which allows all those things to thrive alongside technological advancement. I mean, I'm sure a lot of Chinese people greatly prefer this sort of treatment of their culture over like the wave of anti-Asian violence and xenophobia in 2020 when the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic began, because this trend at least claims to be appreciative of Chinese culture. But I'm also sure that it's pretty weird to go from being made fun of for bringing something other than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for your school lunch and having people make racist squinty eye gestures at you as a kid to being scared to go outside during the wave of anti-Asian violence, to suddenly everyone wanting to be like you and acting like they truly understand your culture because they hopped on a trend like a month ago. I imagine that's really weird. As an immigrant who is not Chinese, obviously, but is from another country that the US historically hates, I have to say that it is nice to see people questioning Western narratives around a nation that the US has treated like an enemy for a very long time and has spent a ton of money manufacturing propaganda around to try to convince us that it's a polluted dystopian hellscape with no labor rights and no fun.
Yeah, but this is unavoidable. Like, this is unavoidable. The quote-unquote commodification of Chinese culture, of course, is problematic, just as is commodification of American culture or any culture, like absolutely any, under the context of capitalism. But there is an argument to be made for a more, let's say, equalized free market of flow of culture that will enter the mainstream more and more and more as America loses relevance as a hegemon. And I think that's good. The more we become like each other, sometimes for LARPy reasons, sometimes not for LARPy reasons, but as long as it's not fetishization, right? As long as it's not you literally, as they beautifully put, as long as it's not literally wearing it as a costume and shit, it's great. It's great to learn more about the other group and to do their memes, engage in their online culture, bring some of it back home. Because I'm tired of just only and exclusively doing it with the American one. There is something to be said about us kind of naturalizing interaction with American culture as if that's apolitical. Like me really enjoying hip hop. Me really liking burgers, me making a whole channel about how much I fucking adore pickup trucks. Like, it's going to be seen as gauche, it's going to be seen as cringe by some, and it's going to be seen like completely normal by most, but it's never going to be seen as a non-American obsessed with something inherently American. Because to be American, to be obsessed with American things, American concepts, is again naturalized. It's like these things have no ideological weight. They're not American. American stuff is not American because the world's culture is American culture. But why is the world's culture American culture? For good and for bad, because of cultural imperialism, as we like to call it, which is the indirect and direct process of, the imperial core dominating every field of life, including defining what is cool and what is not cool. That's how I like to call the cultural influence, what is cool and what is not cool. So when we contextualize it that way, then almost every alternative to that fights back against American cultural hegemony. Not in a LARPy way, like, huzzah! I am going to be obsessed with Jamaican culture because, huzzah, I shall defeat American culture in prison. No, it's all of these, that's not how it works. All of these things melt into one another and create new, very, 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 very cool things. And that's good. That's good. American is universal. Just look at them using .com as default when everyone else gets a country domain. Yeah. It's just weird to post about becoming Chinese. Like, go ahead and do it, but why are you posting about it is what gives me pause. No, I agree. That's not what I'm talking about. Of course, dude. That's fucking a lot of weirdos. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just like jumping off. She's making great. They're making amazing points. I'm just jumping off and talking about, trying to talk about like the future, the future where America is not the only hegemon, and where we engage a lot with other cultures that are not necessarily American. And I just want to create a setting in which that is not perceived immediately as negative or orientalizing. And this is not what revolutionary thought is saying whatsoever. I am pivoting into another conversation because I can see, I can smell the liberals in my walls coming out of the fucking woodworks and presenting it as such, which de facto is very Orientalist, because it presumes that American culture is universal, but interacting with any other culture is de facto fetishist. The fuck? If you think I cannot interact with Kazakh culture without me thinking that they're exotic little weird Kazakhs over there, but just because I enjoy it, you are basically creating a premise that there is no potential compatibility between people of different cultures. We always will look at each other as different, and we'll never be able to get past each other's national, ethnic, gender, and so on categories. I refuse to believe that, both as a Marxist and as a fucking human being, and as someone who has lived life for my 47 years of age, of 52, 34, 22, by interacting with people, not simply on the basis of, you're this. Fuck. Yeah, sorry, just commenting on this phenomenon blindly into chat. Agree with what you're saying. Oh, no, don't apologize, my friend. I know. So, yeah.
Maybe now that a ton of people have recognized that what the government taught us about places like China or Palestine is a lie, they'll extend that same curiosity.
And isn't it funny that we start loving China and respecting China only because we see it as now a wealthy country, but we have a very difficult time doing the same with, for example, countries under colonial rule, such as our Palestinian brothers and sisters and enemies, or the Cubans, which are under constant blockade and sanctions. Isn't that also a very interesting concept? Isn't it a very interesting concept? How somebody needs to look wealthy and quote unquote appropriate for our definitions of what civilized is in order for us to humanize them. Instinctually, but this is not a natural instinct. This is an instinct brought about by class society, which informs you, read fucking Gramsci, what is good and what is not good based on bourgeois culture. Very interesting conversation, and at least I'm enjoying it.
To the rest of the world, and especially to all the other U.S. enemy nations. Hopefully. I mean, if this plants the seed of that, that would be great. I mean, it's great that people are finally recognizing that perhaps China is not at all what they've been propagandized to believe, and that's definitely a positive. But I also wish the people who are becoming Chinese would also understand that what they're yearning for isn't just a fun new aesthetic. And I'm just talking about like white Americans right now. This is specifically the white Americans that are becoming Chinese and like being a little weird about it, being a little too weird about it, you know? But they're not just yearning for a fun new aesthetic. They're also yearning for a connection to their ancestors, land, culture, language, traditions, and all that stuff that was severed when their ancestors decided to move to the US and become white. Because that's literally the bargain you make to become white in the US. You give up everything from the old world so you can fulfill the promise of the American dream. And yes, obviously not everyone participating in this trend is white, but I'm just focusing specifically on the white people right now because this is something that probably all white Americans who are descendants of immigrants who gave up their culture and language to become white yearn for. Like, do you not want a connection to your ancestors and land and culture? Like, some of these people low-key remind me of the Irish vampire in Sinners. Bro, he's literally like, wow, I sure do wish I had a connection to my ancestors and my lineage, but I don't, so what will I do? Enact violence against people that do have that so I can have it. I mean,
the internal American internationalist contradiction, because you cannot have true internationalism in a capitalist structure which continuously seeks to divide and other. You create a society so hyper obsessed with identity, even though sometimes they're like fourth generation immigrants that have never stepped foot in the place that their great grandfather stepped in, but they really need to identify with some sort of alternative culture to that of America. Not only white America, America in general, with all due respect, because like everybody else also sees themselves as not just American, but American plus something else, and they always see you, in this case, especially if you're not white or white passing and so on, as always being, you know, American plus something else. It's such a unfortunate development, because of so much cultural admixture and national admixture and so on that the United States of America has. If it was under an alternative system which encouraged mixture, I'm not saying encouraged everybody to fuck each other. I mean, encouraged the creation of something more beautiful through the melting, through a genuine support for a melting pot, not as just some sort of fictional idea that hovers somewhere in the sky that never is actually implemented. There could have been some very, very cool shit coming to us from the United States of America. But now, because of all of these contradictions, it's just a lovely mosaic. Yeah, it's just a bunch of people that everybody's like, oh, no, I'm not American. I am fucking insert 17 nationalities. I'm sorry, Americans, but that's how you look to the rest of us. We're like, just do your fucking thing, guys. But again, that is a consequence, a very cringe consequence of cringe, but understandable. I'm trying to humanize you here with all due respect. Cringe, but understandable need to belong because of the capitalist nature of the United States, leading you so much to othering yourself and others, more importantly, that you always got to stick to identities. You always got to look for some sort of national or cultural identity, because basically the Americans don't want you. I mean, look at it. I mean, come on. You're not fucking stupid. Look at it. Who is the only category in the United States of America that is just American, that never really gives a fuck about, my great-grandpa was from here or from there. They don't give a fuck. Who? I think you call them WASPs. What was the fucking term? The proper white people, you know? Suburban, wealthy, motherfucking whites. Because nobody's othering them. You understand? Nobody's othering them. Nobody is othering them. So they're just American. The rest, very often in a very cringe way, look for other, things to connect to because they have been othered. You know? White Anglo-Saxon Protestants, pretty much, if you want to categorize it by ethnicity. But yes, sir. God of negativity, thank you for the prime. Welcome to the community. Welcome. So I sit somewhere in the middle, because this is a very international community, and very often I see chatters being like, "Dude, shut the fuck up! You're just an American," etc., etc. Which I know it feels good to tell them when they're trying to connect to great grandpa's lineage. But we also got to try and understand them. The reason they have an innate feeling, drive towards this, is because they genuinely tried to fit in. But American culture, specifically American white supremacist culture, told them, nah, fuck off. Nah, we good, man. And that's what they're trying to find something else. Cultural orphans in denial, I guess. And that's the fucked up thing. They did not have to be orphans whatsoever. They could have created something fucking incredible. And in the future, we will, through true internationalism. We will. I mean, what is a modern Frenchman? What is a modern Italian? What is even a modern German? A crazy mixture of, in the case of Italy, 100 different nations, cultures, city-states, and so on. Germany is like 4 or 5. France is like 6, 7. Unironically, people that like a Bavarian being called a filthy Prussian? You mean those hogs that eat with their feet? Pooh! Now they're all just Krauts. Now they're all just Germans. So you see what I mean? Somebody, a Venetian, having sex with somebody from Milan. Are you crazy? That's race treason. No, they're all part of one country. And even there, oh, you're from North Italy. Oh, you're from the South. Oh, you're not fucking Italian. Even there it exists. So TLDR, not even from a fucking Marxian perspective, from just the perspective of wanting to create a stable state, a stable country in which divisions will not eventually be used against you. As the state, you should encourage the melting pot, not dissuade it. And the Americans will one day regret this massively. I mean, the American state and even American capital. They've invested for so long in division amongst Americans as a means to, ensure their capitalist system, no matter how much it struggles, survives, because, everybody always blames capitalism's problems on this or that minority or this or that other group. But it will come out of their nose, because that will eventually be one of the prime contradictions used for its division. For when the American no longer has treats, he will have nothing else. And the tribalism shall ensue. And they'll wonder why. They'll wonder why the Mexicans don't give a shit about the state, why the many different types of Asians don't give a shit about the state. Don't get me started on African Americans, why they don't give a shit about preserving the federal government. They're going to wonder so much. But history books will, in very black and white, explain why it happened. It's not like they didn't have a choice. This absolutely can be a state policy. You know what place has it as a state policy? No matter how problematic, I think it's very interesting. Fucking Singapore. Every neighborhood has to be diverse. Why? Because motherfuckers hang out. When motherfuckers hang out, they realize, oh, this guy's pretty chill. Indian dude, pretty chill. I guess Indians are okay. 100 years later, everybody fucking intermarrying, fucking going to each other's barbecues, fucking doing shit. Oh, turns out, melting pot through state policy. There's no guys blowing up fucking schools because, oh my fucking God, immigrant. Americans could have done that. Americans could have done that. But no. Let's not do that. Forced diversity isn't something I've conceptualized. I loved. No, it wouldn't be forced. That's the point. It wouldn't be forced. Othering is forced. Othering is forced. Othering is forced. Othering is forced. Diversity is not. You stop diversity from truly developing by othering. And othering comes from reactionary politics being introduced into the bloodstream of a society as a means to pivot away from, guess what? From class conscious analysis. So my friend, it would not be forced. It would just be not stopping it. It would allow it to flow. I was literally like, I wonder if you were streaming right now, and then bam, I see my own face. Haha, what's up, revolutionary thought? Good video. But we keep jumping, not off topic, but talking about American cultural hegemony, how in the long term, not in the context of your video, you're making a different point, but how in the long term we will become more Chinese and more Nigerian and more Brazilian and more Mexican and more French, because when we reach a more multipolar world, it's not just going to be all of us herder becoming more Yankee-stanny, but also enjoying culture, music, film, everything from more corners of the world. We'll finally have the resources to actually share it with the rest of us, therefore creating this beautiful actual melting pot of culture that will spread internationally and make us all a little more, in my opinion, human. Blah, blah, blah. But yes, good video. I'm already too Brazilian. I need to give everybody Brazil. Look at Brazil, okay? Fuck, I don't have the video. I had a video of Brazil. I actually had a Brazilian video on the show. The first time somebody says Brazil, but I don't have it. Anyway, subscribe to Revolutionary Thought if somehow you haven't. I've already said this, but now I got to say it in front of you because that way I'm glazing and earning your respect.
These people who are allegedly becoming Chinese aren't exactly enacting violence, but engaging in Orientalism and cultural.
The mark of a goated React Andy is 3 times the length of the video they're watching. Yeah, and it's goated respect towards the maker of the video, because if I just click watch and sit here like this, I mean, that's either I don't find what the person is saying engaging, or I'm just fucking milking content. Like the fuck. And no, I'm not engaging in this with stupid fucking capitalistic, fucking intellectual property. I don't fucking give a shit. I could not give less of a fuck. I just would think it's either disrespectful to the creator or it's disrespectful to the audience. Because what? I'm just you came here so that you look at somebody else's shit through my screen, and so I make money. It's disrespectful to you. I am making you out for a fool. Or the creator of the video, you know?
Appropriation, which some of them are, is also not exactly nonviolent. I've met a lot of white Americans of varying ethnic backgrounds, and a lot of them have this weird thing in common where they're very proud of being like Irish or Italian or Swiss or German or whatever, insert European country here, but actually have zero connection to their heritage aside from the declaration that they are that thing. Because again, their ancestors literally gave up their heritage to become white. And I think a lot of white Americans have not grieved those losses and
because if you don't do that, you just othered, and then if you keep going down that path, you gotta like try and reconnect to the culture of your proverbial ancestors, and then you become like that thing, right? So it's just constant segmentation. But segmentation that doesn't happen because Americans are cringe, or because there wasn't an opportunity to actually create like a beautiful, let's call it American identity, which is a mixture of all of these, et cetera, et cetera. No, the reason this segmentation happens is because somebody tries to stop the flow of diversity towards these natural conclusions, organic, societal conclusions. So people have to start, trying to find a different way of seeing themselves before they lose their fucking mind, because they either, don't want to fully swim in the sea of whiteness, but they also don't want to be nothing because the whites do not accept them.
Ended with the fact that they have been artificially cut off from a part of themselves so their ancestors could avoid facing discrimination like people of the global majority do. Because, whiteness is socially constructed. I assume if you're here, you understand that whiteness is socially constructed. We don't need to get into that. You can watch my American individualism video for more information about that, about the social construct of whiteness. There's a lot of talk about that in there. When you come to the US, your options are to give up everything from the old world to become white, or to keep your culture and language and traditions and experience racism. Although this depends largely.
And the crazy part is that even very often when you choose to give it all up, you're still not accepted. That's why sometimes even well-intentioned, kind of bigoted But let's say well-intentioned people that say, oh, but this group refuses to integrate. Motherfucker, you don't think that there's that probably 70% of the people that immigrate want to fully fucking integrate, and that at least half of them, I don't have the statistics, but I'm pretty sure at least half of them genuinely tries to just become German, become French, become Argentinian, become American. Doesn't fucking matter, right? But no, they're othered. So they, quote unquote, ghettoize themselves, as a bigot would say, right? They don't ghettoize themselves. They are othered by community into these ghettos that you love talking about so much. LMFAO literally tried to become white but not being Russian, and everyone was still like, fuck you, you're literally Russian. American brainwashing too. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Largely on your phenotype, but whiteness is socially constructed, and that's a part of the construct is that you have no culture now. So now all these white Americans are out here being like, haha, I'm Chinese, because there's a culture-shaped void they're looking to fill, and they think that being Chinese will do it. Except it's not their own culture, so it probably won't. I mean, it might if they're actually respectful about it and use that to propel themselves towards positive change. Okay, I think China is so dope. I would love to visit there one day. I watched the entire Spring Festival Gala on CGTN earlier this year. I'm a
I'm gonna go again. It's fucking sick, dude.
big fan of traditional Chinese medicine, and I've been China-pilled for years now. Also, Russians are really into Chinese New Year and the Chinese Zodiac. Look at my photos from Dietsky Sad. There's a monkey.
So every bar you enter is fucking 30% Russians in there. So that is also going to give you an additional, let's say, spice to your experience.
Because I was born in the year of the monkey, 1992, and a tiger because 1998, when these photos were taken, was the year of the tiger. But even with all those things, I personally don't really feel the need to become Chinese because, one, I can't eat rice or soy or any legumes, so there's that, and two, у меня уже есть своя культура и язык. And I'm not saying this to be like, haha, I have culture and you don't, and I'm bilingual and you're not, I'm so much better than you. I'm saying this because I can't help but notice that that's what a lot of white people are craving deep down inside. Especially as someone who microdosed on an individual level this process of giving up my culture and language to fit in with the white supremacist status quo in my teens and early 20s, and then realized that that's not what I want at all because whiteness and white supremacy, and started reconnecting with my roots. Literally, there were different points in time when I was like, oh my god, I love anime, I would love to be Japanese. Bitch, why would you need to be Japanese? You're Russian already. The solution to this yearning for your own culture is not to become Chinese, it's to reconnect with your own ancestors who literally, you have a connection to them just by being within your own physical form and being their descendant, and to love and care for the land you are on, and to learn who your people were before colonization, and to engage in collective struggle to bring about a better world and build the good stuff that China has where you are now. Sorry, you have to decolonize yourself and not just wear a culture that's not yours like a costume. And obviously for the people...
Yeah, and this is very this is inside of the... Inside of a capitalist framework, let's say, a internationalist post-capitalist framework would kind of would cause to an extent the opposite to happen, because there would be no othering, and cultural exchange would be encouraged. Let's say you don't even have to encourage it by just blocking and educating out of othering of different cultures, nationalities, groups, etc., etc. It would lead to an organic, greater mixture of said culture through access to said culture, because it would be a society that does not try to sell you products linked to culture. The commodification rates would be lower, not extinguished, but definitely lower. There's always going to be some fetishization and so on that people just find interesting for weird ways, for weird reasons, and eventually give a couple of fucking centuries to this planetary melting pot, and you're gonna have very, very, very cool new shit. And I'm not pulling this out of my ass. Even through othering, even through feudalism, even through slave society, hell, even through industrial capitalism, we have somehow still managed to create new ways of life, new culinary practices, new ways of musical expression, new cinema, new literature that was literally born out of either an individual's or a community's experience of coming from two backgrounds or being dropped into a new environment while being from somewhere else, etc., etc. Hell, some of the coolest shit that we have comes from such people and such communities and such groups. So I have to think, based on this historical proof that we pretty much have, that this happens even while usually the dominant group is trying to other us. I have to believe that in the long term, the even greater melding pot would create something quite fascinating, where we don't even have to have these conversations, which are important now, of course, especially in the American context. But eventually, we're not like. I want to live in a world where nobody's fucking asking you, what are you? That's supposed to be not a thing. I'm a fucking human, bruv. Don't make me go fucking cringe ass MLK on your ass, but unironically. I'm doing the Dugin thing when I'm like, first they made the transsexuals, then they're gonna talk about transhumans. Yes, Dugin, I guess, yeah. I want to be able to appreciate both borscht with you and fucking Peking duck, and not make the whole conversations about fucking Russians and Chinese and fucking whatever. Just about our love for both. Probably a mixture. It's like a borscht Peking duck thing that exists in 2,785. I personally don't need to be Chinese because China is honorary Balkan and Austria is also honorary Balkan. In the end, it's all Balkan. It is all Balkan. It is all Balkan, my friend. I agree. Dugin and Young were on live with Sneaker. Let's watch that tomorrow. Cuphead, please. Tomorrow when you make the Ross, let's watch Dugin and Young. Revolutionary thought you should join us in our analysis of Dugin. I am low-key obsessed. I kind of am. It's he's just drops the craziest shit. I'm like, oh fuck yeah! It's it's the way a doctor is obsessed with a spreading cancer. It's like, oh my god, this is a new one. Oh my god, he keeps inventing new ones. Dugopnik watch. I hate the what are you question. I think it's better to ask what is your heritage. Yes, absolutely. No, of course. What are you is very rude, very very rude and very dehumanizing. But again, I'm trying to give you guys like a grander image here, where nobody even has to ask you about fucking heritage. It's even weirder as self-proclaimed Marxists who love Dugin. I mean, there was a bunch of Marxists that fucking loved Adolf Hitler, and then he fucking shot him. So you always have those, let's say, fascinating individuals. By the way, Revolutionary Thought does not have a sub. Are you, like, what kind of hosts are we? I thought we were an international chat here. We pour tea to our host, okay? We take their shoes, we pour them hot water, and we make them soup in the morning. Can you please treat our guests right, chat? Speaking of which, 3 hours and 30 minutes have passed, and we have not reached 13 Western taxpayers. There's 500 of you here. You're telling me there's no Timothys and Chandlers and Joshes, some rich Westerners in here that can pay their Western tax? exclamation point, tax, and you will see what I am talking about. I want chat purple. Chat purple now. Give me my soup and tea. I actually do need to have my morning tea, lol. Absolutely. Are you guys serious? Is nobody actually giving Revolutionary Thought, the maker of the video we're watching, a gifty right now? I am low-key shocked. I apologize for the behavior of my children, Revolutionary Thought. They are usually much more polite. They're usually much more polite. The fuck, guys? What the fuck are you doing?
Who are being very respectful in their...
This is a mom and kids like moment here where like I told our guest that's coming over that the kids are all phenomenal, but that my kids are very nice, and they came over and the kids are dicks now. And I'm like whispering to the kids, why the fuck are you pissing on the table? There you go, Barry. Thank you. Thank you very much, Barry. And thank you, Moonflight, for the gifty. Thank you. 3 months even. Very kind of you. What did I want to say? I wanted to say something. Yeah. Where the fuck were all the mods earlier? Like 45 minutes ago. You cunts left me alone. Western tax cometh to our house. Dudum, dudum. And it's the first Western taxes by our dear friend Lord X Eastwood. That's a movie name. Are you an actor? Are you an actor or an adult movie actor? Sounds like you could do both. Lord Eastwood. I mean, with wood you can be, you can be both. Paid my Western tax. Thank you very much, and it has been counted. Thank you very much. Somebody give Lord a sub. Pay their taxes and aren't subbed. Fucking insane. Say your thank yous. An adult, yes. Actor, no.
participation in the becoming Chinese trend. If this doesn't apply to them, especially people who already have a culture, but are just like, haha, this is so fun. Let's try all of these TCM practices. Let's move my chi. Let's gua sha. I love a gua sha. I love a gua sha. I love TCM. I love all of it. I'm not saying don't partake in Chinese practices. I'm not even Chinese to be able to say that. I'm saying self-reflect and figure out what it is that you're trying to get out of being Chinese. Like, probably for some people, it literally is just like, oh, I hadn't thought to, like, not wear shoes indoors, but that is pretty gross when you think about it. But yeah, I'm not saying never engage with Chinese culture. Like, obviously not. It's a great culture. It deserves to be appreciated. But I also ask people who do have a culture-shaped void to understand that perhaps what they're trying to do is fill it with a culture that's not theirs. And perhaps...
That's extremely fair. And very often, Revolutionary Thought, I'm sure you will agree, very often there's like whole-ass fucking markets that are continuously trying to fill it. Like products designed specifically to fill the gap of alienation. Any type of alienation, right? I mean, one could say that like the whole weeaboo thing was just a massive marketing campaign to make sure that guys that would watch, a season a week start watching a season a day. And guys that would just engage with anime by watching stuff, now buying mangas, now buying fucking, toys, models. Jesus, I'm going to get shot by my own chat probably. Buying those fucking pillows that have boobs on them. Now I'm definitely getting shot by chat. What do you call those? What do you call the anime boob pillows? What are those called? Come on, 3, 2, 1, go. So Lurkas said bloody pillows. Blur said waifu pillows. Tanger said body pillows. Devakiri and Toasty called them daki makuras. I am now going to ban all of you. That was a trap. I was trying to see which one of you are insanely fucking weird. Why do you know that? And mods, please. Mass ban. Goodbye. I'm fucking kidding, but holy shit. Guys, it shouldn't be so easy for me to oust you like this. It shouldn't be so easy for me to oust you like this. Like, come on. I'm not supposed to say like a keyword that would very easily reveal your fetish, and for you to immediately reveal your fetish. Like, slow down. Slow down. Don't, like, come on. A Fed can eat you, dude. I have one at home I ain't ashamed, and you're my producer on the Reaction Podcast. Jesus Christ. What am I doing here? Revolutionary Thought, what are we doing here? Don't know. Revolutionary Thought, you also said fucking pillow thing. Waifu pillow, yeah. You too? Oh, God. There's no.
It's coming off a little cultural
I'm
appropriation.
fucking with you guys. Enjoy your shit, dude. I don't give a shit.
In the process. And I don't think everyone who's becoming Chinese is doing this. I just think that some people could stand to self-reflect.
Who, me?
Engage in collective struggle to bring about a better world and build the good stuff that China has where I am now? But how, you may ask? And don't worry, I have answers. The title of the section gives it away, and also the name of this channel. Do you know why China has all these nice things? Why Chinese culture is so supported? Why it's so affordable? Why Chinese uncles are able to spend their days being jacked as and doing crazy flips and shit? Why Chinese technology is living in 3026? Why there's a robust and affordable high-speed rail system? Why Chinese cities look so futuristic while their natural landscapes are still thriving? Why corrupt capitalists get taken care of so you don't even need a Luigi? Because the government will Luigi them for you. It's socialism. Now, obviously, China's development is complex and it's not a pure socialist economy, but blends public ownership and private enterprise since they're only in the primary stage of socialism, but its system is run by a communist party and allows for long-term planning and prioritization of public needs in a way that capitalism structurally doesn't. Like, they're at least actually building socialism. Are they there yet? It's really not up to me to decide, you know? Because I'm not smarter than 100 million Chinese communists acting as a unit on behalf of the masses. I'm just one person. Anyway, those of us who are in the West currently live under capitalism, the private ownership of the means of production. If you are not a capitalist who earns the big bucks through owning means of production, which is most people by design, then you are a worker who sells their labor power to a capitalist for a wage. You may or may not have noticed that this is a pretty bad...
I am recognizing a trained socialist for revolutionary thought, probably as me and as hopefully most people in chat have given this particular explanation 3 million times, so it just flows off the tongue.
System that leads to extreme wealth inequality and makes it so that most people don't really have a say in how society runs, because only the capitalists get to make decisions like that, given that this is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Under capitalism, everything is commodified, including basic necessities like food, water, housing, education, electricity, and...
You could make like to just optimize it. You can like pre-record this segment where you explain class society, especially capitalist class society, to people, and then just run it every video. That's actually a great idea because you should absolutely explain it every single time. And I really like what what Revolutionary Thought did here, because different people click for different reasons on different topics and on different videos, and they might not come back for another video. So you got to do your best, at least from the perspective of supporting the cause. You got to do your best to while you have them, give them the basic rundown. So I love it. Very good.
And healthcare, especially if you're in the US, because there are some capitalist nations that actually give you good healthcare and access to education, but not this one. And that's only because they were like next to the Soviet Union when the Soviet Union was building the very first worker state. But we're not going to get into that right now. So everything's commodified, which means that you need money to put a roof over your head and to be able to afford food and electricity and all the other things you need to stay alive. And if you don't have that, it's coitins.
It's coitins for you, Rocky. Coitins.
With the profit motive a major part of the logic of capitalism, private corporations aim to maximize profits, so they try to pay workers as little as possible and price things as high as possible, and then blame the price hikes on inflation, but don't adjust wages to match. You also earn money by working for a capitalist and then give that money to other capitalists for the privilege of not dying in the street. Survival under capitalism basically functions like a subscription service. Socialism flips this logic and puts the means of production into the hands of the workers instead of the capitalists. So all the workers in a factory own their own workplace and get to make decisions about it collectively. Like Huawei is a worker-owned company, for example. So instead of private individuals owning everything and deciding how society runs and using that power to engage in heinous and depraved acts of violence and imperialist wars and all sorts of terrible, disgusting stuff.
Yo, Chad, if you like the very cool merch in the video, which, by the way, hey, content creator to content creator, are you supposed to send me a free one? I'm kidding. I'm not. I'm good. No, there's a link in chat if you want to buy the merch. It's very good. It's very, very good.
Socialism puts...
Use code WELCOME15 to get 15% off and free shipping. There you go. Fucking say. Dude, you're spoiling them. What free shipping? Don't give them free shit. Revolutionary, don't give them free ship. Oh, God. I got to teach communist business practices. Oh, yeah, Lord. Okay, I know that sounds hypocritical. Do not give them free shit. Oh, God. Better person than me, that's for sure.
The workers in charge, and that's called a dictatorship of the proletariat, aka a real democracy, as opposed to a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, which we live under now. But either way, a government's going to be a dictatorship because that's what a government is. Someone's going to have to dictate, and I'd rather it be the masses and not a bunch of rich guys who are terrible. So instead of few private owners deciding what gets produced and who gets to access it, under socialism, those decisions are made collectively through systems that exist to serve the masses. So this means that things like healthcare and housing and education no longer exist as commodities to extract as much profit from regular people as possible, but instead exist to serve the people. There is no incentive to deny anyone healthcare or evict someone from their home or leave someone to starve in the streets. And there's no need for an existence of an unemployed surplus population that's intentionally kept in poverty, who function to threaten and discipline everyone else so they keep working to avoid ending up like them. That's why there's like no homelessness in China, and they have like a 90% home ownership rate. Like, China is safe and has low crime rates to the point that many women have reported feeling totally safe walking around alone at night, specifically because everyone already has what they need and don't need to like rob anyone or shoplift or whatever to make ends meet. And I mean, yes, there's a bunch of cameras everywhere, which...
Yeah, and also other places around the world where that happens, like the country I live in, like the country I'm from, like a lot of countries that people, you know, when reactionaries point to Poland, Serbia, I don't know, big cities in Russia, Sarajevo in Bosnia, and they're like, these places are extremely safe. Is it because they're majority white countries where there are no immigrants, which all of a sudden Slavs become very Western and very white when they're making that argument, but I'm not going to go into that. But they always forget another core underlining feature of all of those countries, that maybe their culture and treatment of women and in general of other people late at night is underpinned by, what did all of those countries also have for like half a century and sometimes a century? Socialism, motherfucker. Socialism that taught them communal spirit, that taught them respecting another's personal space, that taught them, that gave them material conditions that they still take advantage of, which limited the number of people that have to do petty crime at night and rob you at knife point or whatever, because we have like 80% plus home ownership rates and shit. Maybe that's what, but no, the white supremacists always make it about, there's the fucking immigrants there. Maybe there's not a lot of homeless that fucking stab people at night, whatever other stereotype, because people have homes in fucking Poland. Maybe. And not because they don't have melanin. We're fucking scientist of the year here. But bro, there's like no homeless people. Yeah, because the government gave them free housing for half a century. And now everybody's still living in that free housing. I feel like Slavs are a Schrodinger's minority. We're both white and not white depending on what you need. Yeah, we talk about this here all the time, man. I agree. Lord Eastwood, thank you very much for subscribing. You guys really, like, come on. Lord Eastwood subscribed? After giving you 10 subs, you didn't give him a sub. It's, what is happening here? What is happening? Are you all tired? Exactly what you thought. My dad used to say, you can't... the modern anti-communists are still struggling to paint the facades of everything the communists back in the day built. It's a cliche joke here, but it fucking works. Because the reason like half of the commie blocks look like shit is because the incredible capitalists have not figured out the logistics of upkeep, of just upkeep. I think it's harder to make something than just to do upkeep, right? They just can't figure it out. And ironically, one of the good things about, I don't know, the EU is like the big like eco-friendly budgets that they have where they upkeep especially old Soviet era blocks and they make them energy sufficient, and they make them pretty. They make them nice inside and outside, etc., etc. But even that, I think that's nice. I'm not gonna shit talk that European Union policy. It's good. Like, I'm not gonna shit talk that. But even that, because we live in capitalism, usually just leads to a bunch of people stealing those projects, and none of the blocks actually get fixed because the Europeans from Brussels don't actually come and check. So on paper, this entire neighborhood, these like 20 blocks are supposed on budget and on paper are supposed to look pristine and new and not have insane energy output because they're old. But no, they are all old and decrepit, but somebody stole $15 billion because free market. Common blocks are beautiful if they're well maintained. I agree. I live in one, and mine isn't even well maintained, unfortunately. But mine is like from the 1970s, and it's not, and it's brick. It's not beton. It's not cement, so it's good. So it can live a lot longer. It can live unlimited, arguably. This fucking thing will survive any bomb. But concrete, thank you. But the concrete ones are problematic because the concrete ones were supposed to be temporary. They were. But then the free market came, and it was like, wait, you want us to start moving people out of those and give them other free housing? Yeah, okay, bro. We're definitely going to do that now, bro. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen and MBs, I do not want to steal the full video. I want all of you to go and finish it. We are at the 15th minute. And I want to say a very big thank you to the Oilers, fucking legends, to the taxpayers. Tomorrow I'm going to make a smaller goal so that we actually gamba. To the chatters, to the new followers, to Rev Thought, to the producer, and I will not say thank you to the mods. Today, low-key disappointed. Motherfuckers left me high and dry. Not a single one. I thought you would at least communicate to just make sure you got one guy here. I'm not being a dick, of course. You don't owe me anything, but I was like, come on. I felt sad. I felt very sad. I felt a little quiet boy. Anyways, I'm going to send you to Freda. I haven't rated Freda in a second. You got the link to finish the Rev Thoughts video today, some other day. Go and save it. Go and like it. And now I will raid my boy Freda. Listen to the Reaction Podcast. Listen to the Deprogram Podcast. Join the Discord. Thank you to the taxpayers. Thank you to the viewers. And I will see you tomorrow. I want to do a gaming stream soon. But it never works out. Freda has a podcast with a Ugopnik dude. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, problematic. Yay for watching my video. This was great. No, thank you, and always welcome back to hang out. And for anything else, you should come on as well. I should have you on. Maybe we can figure out something with Cuphead, who's the producer, if you don't know. Thank you, everybody. Box Nami, mi narkomani. Aire, get the fuck out of here.